should be gone.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Season 3 of Oathbound Roads. Been a couple years now. Time flies. Alright, so our adventurers, the Unbowed, have just managed to finish their adventure in the ancient giant city of Forgon. It was full of twists and turns, strange fog that showed inner possibilities for the future and the past. And it ended with a conflict with the long-dead last king of Breveland, Oswald Barrymore, a lich of great renown and power who sought to resurrect the dead giants and use them to take back his country from the Ion Reich. There were some disagreements and a lack of trust between the Unbowed and this figure, which ended ultimately in blows. A difficult pitched battle in which he resurrected the body of Hala, a giant seer who had spoken with Vara across time. But they managed to prevail using some clever tricks, Vask striking the final blow, compressing his body down into nothing. Then they were, with the oath that kept the giants in place, all allowed to leave, and they did so, vanishing and taking the mysterious fog with it, exposing Forgon's ruined state to the world at large. The group found themselves at the northern border of the region, and in the process, they managed to find their way to a nice little campsite at a nearby bay, rested out the night, only to learn that Forgon took one thing away from them. About 2.5 months worth of time. Summer, a whole new year, in fact, is about to end. Autumn approaches. And so the Unbowed find themselves on a lonely northern beach with only each other, their resources spent, and a much greater urgency for what they're supposed to do next. Okay, so as you just learned at the close of the last session, let me get some ambient sounds going. Don't need combat music, silly.
Not yet.
Oh, no.
You can't rest now. Enemies are nearby.
That's
Chuck,
perfect.
there's a creeper. I mean, boom toad.
Yes, if there ever was a Minecraft spin-off of Bogrun, creepers would be replaced with boom toads.
They show up whenever it runs. All right. So as you just learned, you are in the closing days of summer. This very next morning, it'll be only 2 days until autumn begins. The plane of fire's passage across the boundaries of this world is about to pass completely. You're about to enter into the plane flow of the plane of air.
Yeah, as Westella said, it's 3 days past Verdun Marsh. And 3 days until autumn.
Oh dear.
As I feared.
I can't say I'm shocked with that outcome.
I'm just glad it wasn't longer.
Oh, yeah, you've had your experience with that does lean one way.
And it does. Few months compared to 800 years is not much, but it also feels like a lot less when you're actually trying to prevent something.
cut across the swamp trying to save time, only to spend it anyways.
Although I'm trying not to look at it that way. I'm trying to look at it as we prevented having to deal with a sudden appearance of an undead army of giants.
Yes.
Giant.
That is the consolation of this. Rather we nip that in the bud before it grows out of control.
DM,
Yes,
do ritual spells count against the long rest?
they do not count.
And to be fair, we haven't started the rest yet. We're like,
I was just asking in general for
oh, okay.
Yep.
okay.
if we do rest.
The way I'm ruling it is ritual spells or anything that you could replenish with a magical item can be used. Like the Pearl of Power that you have, or the spell storing stuff, if you can time that right.
Okay.
Free one-a-day stuff doesn't count either, if it's like a race or class built-in ability. If it eats
Yeah,
a
like
spell
my-
slot and you can't get it back, it gets in the way of it.
Okay.
Yeah, because I got a haunted one, which gives Vask inflict wounds and invisibility once a day.
Alright. Just as Forgon showed us, keeping secrets is dangerous, so... There's something I mean to tell you all. It'll be very relevant now.
Oh, I was expecting this to go the other way around.
Back in Dredgen, I received a correspondence from my almfather. He expressed disapproval in the path I was taking, and promised that if I did not return home by the dawn of summer, he would come and find me.
Well,
And it is now.
Summer's nearly at an end.
With the Hound's teeth over, there will be nothing that stops him from coming here if he isn't already.
What can we expect from that?
Yeah.
He is a hunt master. He is the leader of our lodge in Windsor. He is an experienced tracker, ruthless.
Is he rash?
No, not rash. Though, who knows what has changed about him in the time I've seen him since.
How
For
long
all
has
he
it
knows,
been?
when departing Windsor, it took me 2.5 months to reach Abrana, and then winter happened, and ever since then, I got the sense that he didn't believe anything I told him about what happened, what has been happening. So far as he's concerned, I've gone rogue. And I will share this. There is at least one future in which he killed all of you.
Huh.
The mist showed me that. I don't believe it will come to that. I hope it won't. I won't let it come to that, but just to lay that out on the table, we have someone else to watch out for.
Well- Go ahead.
Oh, just was gonna say. Curious how he'll feel seeing one of Gortog's own hounds being your partner.
That is my hope, that seeing me again and seeing what I've accomplished might mollify him. If I was walking the wrong path as he believes I am, I would not be able to channel all of these talents.
So, Hildegard's gonna stand up from the pile of floof that she's kind of been encased in. Just shoots a very defiant look and he's not taking you.
No. That's the thing, the reason I didn't bring it up sooner is because I thought I might have more time, but honestly, as I told him in my letter, I have no intention of returning south when there is work to be done up north. You've seen just how often it's been said that my kind are rare in these parts. And look what that's done. Look what that has allowed to fester. I'm doing good work with you all. I don't intend to go. But when we meet him, it's not going to be pretty.
What has been since we've met? Since before we've met.
Yeah, no offense to anyone here, but I think meeting anyone from our assorted past is not going to be pretty.
Oh, okay.
No.
Necrobus, Necrobus has black scales, but you're certain for a second they turn white.
You've turned
you're
into
like
a zombie killer!
It's like, oh, you're like one of those anole lizards.
You can't just go saying that you're white. That has implications in this world.
Wow.
You're a white dragon. Oh no.
Everyone just points the finger of the invasion of the body snatchers. White! White!
Oh my god.
But yeah. Hopefully, word of what had happened in Alpench, the attack, would have reached him sooner than any word of any possible. He
Garm,
kind of slumps and just
Garm.
rubs his forehead.
Garm.
I
We can barely stand. We're all exhausted. Just shut up and rest.
That was my plan. I just didn't want there to be a rude awakening in case he finds us in the morning.
Well, anything is going to be a rude awakening at this point, so...
I don't think that's too much to worry about. I mean, we're at the coast, aren't we? We were down like way south of here last time anyone could have possibly tracked us.
Yes,
And in
it's
a
been
few
3
months, they would have thought they probably think we've moved on out of Breveland.
There is a chance he might think you're dead and have given up already, but I'm not going to hold on to that hope. I have to ask, as one of the non-Humes here, is he going to be angry about being around folk that aren't like you?
He's... My father was, he's not a zealot like the Reich is. There was once a time when a local lord offered a substantial bounty for a changeling that had stolen from his coffers, but Hernan turned it down. He said it wasn't in their way.
Well, that's some integrity, at least.
Aye,
So-
that's exactly my concern.
So he's not just your... He's also your father?
No, he is the one who elected to raise me. I don't imagine the tradition of Almfather is a thing where you come from in Gomada, but
Necrobus
No.
in the wake of the
blinks
Hellion
and, like-
War, there was a lot of orphans. Lots of children who needed raising.
God, am I aware of the concept of adoption?
It's a weird one that you've heard about, like in like anthropology studies. It's not really something you're used to. Besides, like you can transfer to like serve in a different mother's hive if you need it. But that's
Yeah,
unique to your living situation.
Necrobus, like, blinks. Wait, he's not your
No.
father?
No. I was found on the doorstep. He was the one who found me. And he was the one who argued for my sparing.
Oh, so you've been the way you are your whole life then. That's unusual. Huh. It just kind of leans back against a boulder on the coastline. That's very unusual.
How so?
Maybe things are different with Humes, but you can't be born one. Along with that curse among my people, you have to be afflicted with it. Afflicted's a bit of an unkind word, but
It is a curse, either way.
yeah.
Not the way you use it.
No.
Oh, believe me, it has been a curse for most of my life. It's only recently that I have learned how to use that double-edged sword.
Double-edged
Since we met,
knife,
who
you
is-
mean?
Hmm?
It's a double-edged knife, you mean?
Oh yeah. It takes him a moment to process that, realize the giant kitchen knife is probably sitting next to him.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
Yes.
there's a weak smile.
He actually does pick it up. He tests it.
Well, seeing as it's a kitchen knife, it is only single-edged.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah, it took me a second too.
Oh,
Uh,
it's nice to hear you joke.
me?
Yeah, I can't say I've heard that. I don't hear it a lot. I didn't hear it a lot where I came from either. My mood is very serious about everything.
I'm
It's a good
I'm glad
thing.
that it's. Well, I'm glad. Yes, I'm glad that you appreciate it. Yeah.
I just appreciate being alive right now.
Yep.
A lot of room to go up.
So, maybe.
Well, I agree with Midge. Whatever happens from here, I'd gladly die out here in the real world, in the wilderness, rather than that accursed void. Oh, I'm never going back to Forgone.
Bara kind of
If it
hums
is-
and goes, oh, well, it wasn't so bad.
Yes, meeting Hollow was nice, but I'm referring to the whole endless void with no sensations whatsoever.
If
No,
it
that's
is-
what I was referring to, too.
Oh,
If it is traversable now, I wouldn't mind researching the way magic works there.
I have
I'm
a
just-
feeling people are going to be trying to go in there once they see all that fog's gone.
yeah, that's
We should probably send word to the Citadel so they can get the Errant Tree involved.
Oh, those Yorok scholars. That's a good idea.
I'm just afraid of
They're
what
probably
they'll
the
find
most.
there.
They're probably
Yeah.
the most. Sorry, my voice is inconsistent.
No, I understand.
It's
I
all good.
Take your
understand.
time.
They're probably the most equipped to deal with a magically damaged area like that.
I'm just afraid of what. I'm just
Are they?
worried about
Is
that
that-
Titan that's just stomping around in there.
Oh yeah, that thing.
Is the Citadel? Is that purely a Europe institution?
It is not.
We saw humans working at the Citadel, right?
Yeah. Humans and Yorok are most of the membership that you'll see, yes.
It's a collaborative effort. It started in Yorok lands. Didn't one of them say that a dragon started it?
They wince.
Would Vask know?
Make a history check. See if you can recall it after how long a day it's
A
been.
bonus of 2.
19. Yep. Yeah. You know that story. You've worked with the Citadel. They're a pretty consistently reliable customer.
Mhm.
Yes, they were founded by a blue dragon in the south, like back before Omir's Folly.
Yeah, Vask could explain that. That's partly why they're the Sapphire Citadel.
Makes sense.
Back when we were in Alpench, they said that the first, most ancient citadel is made of sapphire. Must be quite the sight.
I've always wanted to visit, but if I remember right, Vivi, that's not something humans get to do.
It's not. No, you getting access to the main tower. It requires some privilege. Seeing it from a distance is fine.
Yeah, you need to be of the Citadel to get into the Citadel, I believe. And even then, it's like after years of service, unless you're lucky.
I
think they actually have some of my specimens I've donated on display.
can we continue this tomorrow?
Yeah.
Leap is a good idea, yes. As I said, it's been a real pleasure traveling with a lot of you.
It is.
Same here, man.
Whatever comes next.
Aye.
It'll be nice to sleep out in the open again.
That it will. That it will.
All right. So, with the Rambler and relatively clear skies, you all depart to sleep. You'll get a short rest out of the deal.
Yay.
Yay!
Ooh.
For what it's worth.
I get
All
symptoms,
right.
but it's fine.
I'm
Yep.
up to 7
All right.
sorcery points.
All right.
Aw.
Halfway wizard level, okay.
Oh, wait, remember, we still had the Soup of Hope. This would be applying for that.
Yep,
So,
you have the
hit
soup.
die, the hit die that you would roll would be maxed.
Yep, so you'll get max hit die for this.
The Soup of Hope.
Wait, why isn't it rolling a D4 for me? What the fuck?
That's weird. Maybe that's one of the update things.
Yeah, what-
I didn't know
what-
artificers got nerfed that bad.
They did not get nerfed that bad. They're still in. That change is still in playtest.
Okay, so
All right.
Because even wizards get a D6 for their HP.
Boy, that would suck.
Was it D10, right? That's what artificers get?
D8 is artificer, I
D8.
believe.
I am
All right.
rolling.
I'm at 69 hit points.
Nice.
Nice.
After using all of my hit die, and I'm still not.
I think that's a good number to settle on.
I'm stuck at 85 because I have no hit die, and you can only get half your max H hit die when you complete a long rest. So, going to be out of these for a while.
You are pooped.
Yeah, I'm.
All right.
That means I am out of hit die. So, but I'm also not at 33 hit points.
Jesus.
I've got 8 hit die left. So in that regard, I'm fine. But
I have 9 because silver armor, one of the benefits is gives you extra hit die.
Oh,
neat.
jeez.
Silver's good for your health.
It
Drink it
turns
up.
out it is. Eat
Think
it.
too
Put
much
it
of
on your
though, and you
toast.
turn purple.
Yeah, I'm sure
That's-
a dragon would say that.
That's just how you know it's working.
No, I mean that's what happens to people who take too much
They
colloidal
turn
silver.
blue. Just like the dwarf.
That's how you know it's working. All right,
Got it.
so with a new... Yep, okay, so now that we are at a new day, I would like a volunteer to roll a d12 for the weather.
Oh boy! I'll roll.
Back into the fog we go.
Oh boy.
Wow.
Yep, back into the fog we go.
Okay.
Oh, I was like,
I need
wait, I forgot one thing.
I need you to roll twice.
Oh,
Roll a d12, 2d12 now. You got a fun one.
Is it rain of
Okay.
toads?
2 4s.
Wow.
A
I don't
flood
want-
of boom toads.
I don't want fun. I want to say.
All right, so
So many boom toads.
you wake up and you're just surrounded by them in every direction conceivable.
No.
Nobody
They're
move.
everywhere.
Roll a new
Oh,
character,
God.
fuckers.
Yeah, in Briefland it does not rain cats and dogs, it rains bombs.
yeah. Just cut to Alpinch. Someone in the guard tower looks over as there's a mushroom cut. It's like, what the fuck?
Like, oh no.
God, tornadoes pick up frogs. Imagine tornado just whipping boom toads like 2 miles
my
away.
God.
I mean,
no.
when we were traveling through Briefland earlier, a lot of storms came in from the ocean.
They did.
There's a stat
Oh.
block, an elemental that.
Are you suggesting there should be a stat block for a wind elemental who shoots boom toads?
Yes.
Boom Toad NATO.
Okay.
Can't wait for that to be a 9-movie franchise in the future.
God.
The future of Breveland.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
we see
Jammer,
that-
that's a popular film.
The
in Jammer
franchise-
Punk.
I was just about to say that too.
So, you guys know about Boom Toad NATO 6? What'd you think? The franchise lost track after Boom Toad NATO 4.
God damn it.
Yeah, it really jumped the toad.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
It jumped the boule.
It jumped the boule.
Oh.
People don't go onto the ocean. They don't know what a shark is.
Are there boulets or are they all down in Anrun?
There are boulets depending on where you go. There are none in this region. Not
Yeah.
good soil
it's too
for them.
muddy.
Because the
Um,
glacial behemoth we hunted was the glacial variety.
Yep, it's
Oh, yeah.
related to them. They live out east
Um,
mostly.
Are they are they underground in hordes?
No, they are not something you can tame. Depending on where you go,
I
they
mean, like,
can eat.
attacking.
They can eat pucks, so
Oh no.
they can be a menace. Getting one of them is like getting a gopher/wolf infestation.
Yeah, watch out if they get a taste for eggs.
That actually has happened. It is a terrible problem to deal with because they are just tanky enough to where like they require really concentrated offense against them.
Oh,
Anyways.
God, they're the anteater. They're the
Yeah.
they're the anteaters against the dragon's termites.
Basically.
That's fucked up.
All right, so
what do we wake up to?
I must ask first, what is the sleeping arrangement for everybody? Where's everyone sleeping? Tents, the Rambler.
I am definitely in the Rambler.
Yep.
Yes,
I am
yeah.
definitely sleeping under the stars. I have missed them.
I'm in the Rambler.
Okay.
As I've stated before, Hildegard is between the burbs.
Yep, you're gonna stay right there. It's a good spot.
Yeah. Warm as hell.
Will there be enough room for 3 people in the Rambler? Or is vast?
Yes, 3 people is like the ideal amount to where you've actually got enough room.
Okay.
All right, Midge is easily sleeping outside too. The Rambler is too small for her.
Yeah.
All right, so you wake up. I'll say that the 2 outside are the first to do so. So, Garm,
Oh boy.
first thing you see upon waking up is Biter is sitting next to you. just looking out ahead of the horizon, and his large wolf form. And the second thing you notice is a massive wall of rain that is moving towards you.
Oh no.
Oh.
He's gonna get up. He's gonna rattle on the Rambler door.
5 more minutes.
Rain wall coming.
Uh,
Oh, goody.
not enough that we need the tower?
I don't know yet.
Krobos will peek their head out.
Yep, big rain wall. Doesn't look like there's any thunder attached to it or any lightning, but that's some
being
heavy
a-
rain.
Being the local, would Vask know what to expect with this kind of weather?
This is just a big downpour. It's going to be very heavy, very thick rain.
Okay.
Oh,
I
were there
Alright.
any trees?
There are no trees nearby right now.
No, dreams.
Oh, dreams. Nothing to speak of yet besides what was previously discussed.
Okay.
I was able to get back a single level 4. I could cast Galder's Tower at a higher level without using my emergency fuck spell slot. So I can do that if you guys want.
Well, before you
If
do
you don't have-
that,
He'll look to Biter.
Oi,
Oh,
Yep.
Spider's back.
Hello.
have you taken a look around the area? Any place we could take cover?
This bay is pretty isolated, though there is a... I think I saw lights westwards a little ways,
Where were
about
you?
halfway between places. Lots of places that were also no places at all. I got lost, okay? Shut up, you got lost.
Shut
Aye,
up!
we did.
Yeah, we
I
all
was
did.
worried about you, Biter.
The spirit wolf of the hunt. I don't even know how that happened. Fuck off.
You said there were lights west.
Yes, about probably looks over at the ravens as they fly, probably about halfway between here and Coastwall. So,
He's gonna pull up the
Here-ish.
map.
Oh,
That's not inspiring.
we're not going to beat that.
that's a couple
Oh.
days out. That's a couple days road if weather holds. For all of you.
Aye. And last we checked, that's the last time we knew where the king was.
Granted, that was like... Well, that was the beginning of spring when we got that information.
He could have moved on, yes, but I'm not going to chance it. Not when the shape we're in.
Right now, no. I don't advise that. You all definitely look rough.
Did you see somewhere nearby that we could hide the tower among some trees, perhaps?
Only trees around here, scraggly little things.
So
There's
we're
a
going to
forest
stand out.
there is a forest about a day's ride away. Though it's a coastal
Where-
one, and again, scraggly.
For
Not to
us,
mention all the
no
leaves are
rangers.
Not to mention the leaves are starting to turn.
Our
Could the
best
forest
chance may
bring
be
its
just
own
looking for an
dangers,
alcove
though?
of rock that could obscure the tower.
Or maybe a cave, so we don't have to do the tower at all.
Aye,
Can look for one, sure.
let's do that.
DM.
Yes.
I know I can convert sorcery points into spell slots, but I
Mhm.
can't give someone else spell slots, right?
No.
Okay.
I can. A level 3 spell slot.
Well, Vask, I guess you would have to ask the mage-eating spider if you can give or take someone's spell slots.
The what?
The mage
That's
eating
not
spider?
something I said in character, but
I know.
The
What did you say?
The mage-eating spider that ambushed Vask got
and
real
ate
bad
his
that one
spell
time.
slots.
And he took that personally.
All I can imagine now is someone invents a hypodermic needle based on their fangs. It's like
Oh
I'm
my
going
God.
to inject you with a 7th level spell slot. Try not to explode.
It's fucked up.
You know, that's probably what Ichabada is up to.
Oh my god.
Probably.
So, he'll because the rain wall's not quite here yet, right?
It's coming in quick. You don't know exactly how long you got, but it's gonna come.
She's gonna nudge Laug and say, "Could you take a flight around a circular pattern and look for a cave or shelter, please?"
Sure. Flutters off as fast as it can.
Oh, they talk again.
What? How long have I been asleep?
Ever since we entered Forgon?
We were there. I was awake the first day of that, but after that, first.
Doesn't
Diet
surprise
magic.
me. We were also in the company of a lich. He probably shut you up.
I don't think so. I think it may have been more the nature of the place. Because
Because even the other two were quiet.
somewhat, she says as she flashes back to the fucking duck sound.
Well,
All
I don't
right.
know what you're talking about.
Oh,
I think your bird will need any help.
did you have a way to help him, maybe?
I was
I
just
don't
going to
know if you-
suggest just spreading out, looking in different directions.
Like I said, I don't know. He flies pretty fast. Oh, they both
Yep.
do.
So can you give me a burb perception check?
No, I cannot because for some reason my computer be a bitch.
Oh no.
I'm actually on my phone. Could you go into the log sheet or the burb sheet and please hit perception?
Sure.
What's wrong
Thank
with
you.
your computer?
I had to restart it.
Oh.
It is being a pain in the ass, and I had to restart it just to refresh things.
22 on the burbs. So pretty good.
Damn.
All right. So the rain wall is rapidly approaching. You can definitely see it growing until it basically blocks out any view of the environment north of you. As it gets really close, you see Laug scramble back, just, no cave, no cave, no cave, take shelter.
Oh.
With rain droplets that big, they'd probably hit them like grenades.
Brittle bones.
She's gonna
Oh.
look at everybody and go, "Do you want me to risk it?"
Might as
The
well.
rebels will walk over. What level is what level is the spell?
The lowest level I can cast it at is level 3, but I
They
only
put a
have
hand
a level
on you-
4.
They put a hand on your head and activate their spell refueling item. So you just get like magic jolted into your body. It's not unpleasant. It's just weird.
Now, DM question, because I've been curious about this.
Mm-hmm.
So the lowest you can cast it at is a level 3, but by casting at higher levels, you get the extra tower, the extra layers.
Yeah, I can
Um,
pop it up for you.
One
Yeah,
extra story per level, yes.
Yeah. So if casting it at 4th, would the next day casting it at 3rd level to maintain it shrink it? Otherwise, I was trying to do the math. There is no other way a wizard, even at 20th level, would be able to cast that spell for a year at a time without running out of spell slots with the week-long long rest.
That is a curious question with the way the spell's worded.
That's why I was joking about the Ring of Power being the generator to keep it fueled.
I mean, it does last for a while, and remember, spells are double the length or something ridiculous in this
It
campaign.
says the same location and with the same configuration every day. So that means to me that means you'd have to use the same spell slot.
That does seem to be what it implies, but it is somewhat confusingly worded. But I will say that, yeah, you're going to need to cast it at a consistent spell slot to keep it at that level. So, and when you got a 3rd level, it takes 10 minutes to cast it.
Yeah, we're gonna
So
go back, guys.
And yeah, like you said, anything that we cast with a duration, I think, is doubled because of the things we.
quote unquote. Yep, 24 hours is going to still basically be
Yeah.
the same though for this.
It's a
My
very long time.
suggestion for the rooms.
Hmm. You got 10 minutes. You can plentifully in character, like say, "Can we have this layout, please?"
Yeah, what level would you like me to cast it at? The 3rd level that I just got from Necrobos, or the 4th level?
It's up to you.
Do 3rd. I would recommend that. That would go against long resting for you to go beyond that.
That is true.
Like, look, we can sleep on the floor. We don't need a cushy pad. So if Vask wants his lab, we
see.
can just sleep in the corner of the lab.
Or the kitchen.
You
But
know what?
also-
Fuck it. I won't be anti-fun here. I will say the 24 hours thing is going to be buffed up to 5 days.
Oh.
I will be nice.
Thank you.
It's a
Well
good
then.
spell. I don't want it to be inconvenient to use in a more gritty realism style campaign.
I was going to say, if you're casting it each day, we could. It's like, all right, today we want the lab. Swap it. But
All right, so if you're casting it at 3rd level, there are just 2 stories.
do we need to do the empty room again to store the Rambler, or have the
Yeah.
Rambler outside?
We don't want the
Well-
bird. I wouldn't want to put it outside.
Well, there's
I mean,
enough room
the
for
Rambler
Is
The Rambler
magic
can be
protected?
parked like on the other side of it if you want to hide it from view from the road.
Yeah,
The tower's
and
going to
we-
attract attention anyway.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's mostly the birds.
We had room for both the Rambler and the birds before. I don't see why that's an issue.
Yeah, when we did the unfurnished empty room for the bottom floor.
Yeah.
An
Even just
unfurnished
one
room can
room
hold
for
it,
us.
yes.
And we can always use the unfurnished room to sleep in if we wanted to.
Yeah,
You have
because we could just
bedrolls,
use the
yes.
Rambler.
So which ones would you like? I'm guessing the unfurnished empty room for the bottom, for the Rambler, and to sleep in. Otherwise, what?
I also mentioned to Vask, just as a favor, there is an additional option included here. There is a workshop sort of area available
what-
as well.
Martai was
would be-
using.
That would be nice.
Vasca is all about the dining space and or a lab. Those are his 2 votes.
Well,
'Cause I think
it's good that you churn out that
I
heartbeat.
have, yeah,
Yep.
and the dining space, I could cook up the heartbeats.
Yeah. I want heartbeat soup.
So do we want to just hitch up the Rambler outside and have the workshop in the dining room, or what do we want, guys?
Well, we need the
Let's-
empty room for the birds.
We could have one of our beasts keeping a close eye on the Rambler so it doesn't go anywhere.
You could very easily leave Biter out as a sheepdog.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they won't be as
Oh, wait, we
they
do
won't feel
have
as terrible
an
in the
awning
rain as
attached
we
to the
would.
Rambler for the birds.
Yep.
So
It's up to you guys what you choose to do for the layout. There are tarps and the like that you can erect from the Rambler, and they will happily settle in between.
Yeah.
Up to you.
I recommend that.
Yeah. Rambler outside then.
So Rambler
Up to you
outside.
guys.
Rambler and things outside, so we don't have to have the unfurnished empty room. So a workshop, and then what?
A kitchen?
The kitchen.
we can sleep in the kitchen.
Yep, you've got bedrolls.
Yeah.
I will say that having a bedroom will decrease the amount of time required for a long rest by a little bit.
Oh.
But a
Oh.
kitchen will help as well. I'm just making sure you guys know what your options are. Comfortable
Yeah.
living arrangements increase the amount of time for recovery.
Did we
Decrease,
do
I
a
mean.
bedroom and then change it into a workshop when we wake up?
Well, the DM's being nice enough to have it last 5 days, so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
Like, what do we want for 5
Yep.
days? To be fair, we could use some of the
if it's-
dining space for a makeshift lab. It won't probably have as much.
And
Because I do have
Benefits?
my alchemy kit.
And the Rambler still has its equipment too that you can use.
Yeah.
So it's up to you.
If honestly, I would choose the workshop over the kitchen because we can just cook outside.
Yeah.
In this
Like we
weather.
just go under the tarp.
Well, we also have most of our hit points back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's just a character thing. Vesk wants an actual kitchen.
yeah. I
But
mean,
he
hey,
can turn a workshop into a kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
it's a character thing. If you Vask is that the one? If that's the one Vask
Well,
suggests.
oh, he really wants a workshop too. So I guess vote for workshop in dining. Oh God, the rain started.
Spent too long
Workshop and a
talking
sleeping
about
area.
it.
Workshop and a sleeping area.
Yes.
Okay, so that's what she's going to pop up.
All right, so you spend the 10 minutes having this exact conversation about what exact room alignment you want to do.
I telekinetically levitate something over her as an umbrella so she can cast it in the rain.
Thank you. The rest of
All
you
right,
are
so-
I'm
setting up the
standing
tarps,
right next to you, so I'm in it too.
Tarps
Yeah,
are being set up.
Rambler. Put it in its
Alright, so-
hole.
You
Yeah,
find
actually-
a suitable patch of ground, plant your
Yeah.
staff in the center, and walk out to a certain number of paces, creating a circle, enchanting it as you go. And a 2-story, kind of cylindrical lighthouse-esque tower begins to silently emerge up from the ground.
I think we mentioned this last time. Is there like a hatch onto the roof?
Not sure. The roof is just a flat, featureless surface, though.
Yeah.
And there are windows along both stories as well. So it rises up 2 stories into the air. The sigil of the Griffin House emblazoned boldly and proudly on the side. Can't remove that.
Oh, right. It's what's it called?
Copyrighted.
Proprietary.
Yep.
Copyrighted
It is
spell.
it is put into the spells framework. You cannot remove it. It's in the source code.
Do you think you can open up like the debug menu and like change that?
I mean, you want to
considering-
try.
Looks back at Foregone, the last time someone cracked open the source code for Magic.
Oh, yeah, true.
I'm good.
All the spaghetti code came spilling out.
And that spaghetti head bite.
Spicy spaghetti.
But you know how it is with spaghetti.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I will,
So the tower emerged.
I will say that her towers come out with a kind of a whitish, not quite marble stone.
Very nice.
Yes.
You have say over every other aspect. That's just the Griffin House sigil has to be on it somewhere.
It's it
Wait,
looks
why
kind
did
of like
Calder live?
her clothes did
Sorry.
when she first joined you. They're white and blue.
Oh,
Very nice.
Why didn't Calder live in his Galder's tower?
Calder's Tower.
If you
Oh yeah, I
remember,
played that map on Overwatch.
He didn't have his spell book.
Yeah, he.
oh yeah, he didn't have.
Oh, yeah,
he didn't
true.
have a spell.
We never found that. Oh my God, there's a deadlock spell book lost in the mud somewhere.
Oh, good riddance.
Until someone finds it.
Yeah, a boom
Yeah.
toad.
Boom,
Oh
toad.
no, the green slod's gonna find it.
It
Become a
would
green
be
slod.
Oh
thoroughly
god.
ruined
Next
at
time
this
we
point.
meet the Vass is gonna be on an adventure. He's gonna enter a fucking supervillain lair. I've been expecting you. And the green slod turns around in his swivel chair petting a boom toad.
Yeah, and then starts off combat by catapulting it at me.
Boom toad familiar. He keeps resurrecting with every explosion.
Oh god.
Don't give me
Terrible.
ideas. Oh my god.
Terrible.
He wants to
talked
explode.
about this
Now that he
before.
knows he's immortal, he wants to.
The carnage I can unleash, Master.
I've never seen a
No wonder
toad that
Flo-
wasn't violent.
You could just do Flock of Familiars and just catapult every turn instead of wasting
God,
a turn to resummon it.
Oh.
Terrible. The little chorus of boom toads over there nearby croaking away at a rhythm, and then they're the ones doing the boss music.
Fuck.
All
Like-
right.
Anyways,
Tchaikovsky's 1812 with a cannon.
Yeah.
that is funny thought.
Jesus.
So entering in, you have, all right, so you guys selected workshop and kitchen?
Dining-
Workshop and bed.
Bedroom.
Workshop, bedroom. Yeah, that's right.
I think
So-
workshop bottom floor.
Yes, workshop,
would be
bottom
best.
floor. So, entering in, it is a pretty dimly lit, sterile environment. It's clean.
Clap on.
Basket illuminates the room. You see various tables. You see various bits of very clean-looking equipment in places. This is a very nice little alchemy lab of sorts. Looks like something you could utilize for all manner of arcane work. There is a single spiraling flight of stairs that leads up to a very cozy bedroom that is a very close match to the Griffin House dormitories.
The provost doesn't, unless someone like asks them specifically, they don't really seem to care about the workshop at the moment. They just go right up. They go upstairs and they collapse into a bed.
I will outrightly say, though, based on the wording of the spell, it technically only has one bed.
Yeah, I was gonna
Oh.
ask if we could have like
Well,
cots
I'll-
or something.
I will collapse into my pile of blankets that I use.
Yeah, we're
Plenty
gonna
of
have
blankets,
to be
yep.
pulling in our bedrolls.
You guys will be able to, when the rain passes, go and get your stuff. It's not going to be an issue.
Mm-hmm.
Either way. It is a nice warm room. The fire is already lit. It's a nice table,
that.
some chairs.
Sorry, just Vask's reaction compared to the Krovos. He's just looking around the lab like it has literally been too long since I've been in a proper lab.
It's time to cook.
Actually, yeah, he'd probably like not using the workshop equipment, but using a corner of it to set up his little travel cauldron and cooking supplies.
That'll work just fine.
Basically, using a Bunsen burner to heat up a snack.
Yep. Yeah, it's just that scene in Breaking Bad where they use the equipment to make coffee. It's like, this is the best coffee I've ever tasted. Why are we doing?
Why are we cooking
doing this?"
meth?
Yeah,
It's like you're tasting the meth residue.
All right.
I keep meaning to ask you this question, by the way, VV. But I have
Mhm.
I have Druidcraft from one of my feats, and
Yep.
I kind of don't ever want to use it because I like rolling for the weather. Is that something I can switch out for something else?
What feature do you have in mind?
I'm not entirely sure, but it wouldn't be anything like it wouldn't be an attack cantrip. It would be another
Of
thing
course
like
not.
Druidcraft. But I like
Yeah.
rolling for the weather because it's fun.
You have Presti or Thaumaturgy?
I have
Oh.
Presty.
Alright.
someone pointed out that the Druidcraft thing of predicting the weather, it just means you do the rolling a day in advance.
Yeah. I think
but-
we've done that before, honestly.
It's still more fun in the moment. I get what Seth is meaning.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's more fun
Yeah,
to be surprised.
I am open to discussion about that whenever you're willing.
Oh,
Either
if
way.
you go thaumaturgy, you could say that's the influence of Hala.
I kind of like
Can
that.
get
Get bigger, but get louder.
can get a giant's voice for a minute.
Yeah,
Oh.
I'll look at all
That sounds
the
fun, sure.
I'll look at all the non-combat stuff and shoot you ideas.
Okay. So, it's still early morning, probably like 9:30, almost 10 by this point. The day is you guys' to do. What sort of activities do you have in mind?
I'm going to do an inventory check, like specifically the things I collected in Foregone, like the storm crab egg and the fern and the carnivorous plant.
All right. So, the carnivorous plant that you managed to collect. Let me see. Was it just like
the
a
flower
clipping
of
of
it.
one? Just the
Yeah,
flower. Okay.
Yeah, it was like a clipping of the flower. See if you could get it to.
The flower is a little smaller size than it was before. It is no longer a colossal carnivorous plant.
Okay, still gonna
So it
try
has
to
shrunk down.
introduce that to my little herb garden.
You absolutely can. It might help with getting rid of pests.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
All right, so let me see. You said that, and the egg? We'll get to that one last.
Okay, then there was a miniature fern that was like a red fern that I put in a jar. And then also
the red fern, akin to the flower, has also shrunken down a bit.
Okay.
The heartbeat stuff, funny enough, is still the same size as it was before.
Okay. That was a Froghemoth tentacle.
When you pull it out and take a look at it, it has dried, shriveled in on itself, and shrunken down a bit. It does not smell very good anymore.
Yeah. This shell of the crab.
Crab shell is still there. It's very brittle, very dried out, but it is there.
Okay.
As for the crab egg, it is the same size it was before.
Oh.
Make that an omelet.
Oh, that Vask made like a soup from the last one.
So Vask goes, I'm about to fuck up an ecosystem.
Is the tentacle still stretchy?
No, it has retracted in on itself and become basically jerky.
I could cook that up for you.
What?
I could cook that up for you.
You can have it.
Oh. Honestly, probably might be better than. If it's not like toxic. Oh, sorry.
I was hoping to use its elastic capabilities.
Yeah, unfortunately, we weren't able to. My preservative stuff was in the Rambler. So.
It's fine.
Because Vask has equipment to preserve organic specimens like that.
You do.
Is the nerve cluster? I don't know how else to describe it. From the Froghemoth still.
It is in better shape than the tentacle, but it still looks like it's been left out a little longer than it needed to be preserved. There might be hope to keep that one going if you preserve it. It is shrunk a little bit, but not by a lot.
This vast.
Yeah, would that be an alchemy roll?
Yes.
You
can have aid if you wish. Yeah, you can have aid if you wish.
I can teach Necromos how to do this, because I'm sure your alchemy roll will be better than mine eventually.
You're fine. Yeah. You take a look at it. Just have this little moment of, whew, thank goodness that you noticed that when you did. You have enough time to get it into preservative fluid and into a jar. You think that you have managed to save it before it lost any of its potential properties.
Not sure how long it'll keep, but that should be preserved for now.
Thank you, Beth.
All right, anything else?
They seem a little morose.
All right, anything Anything else you guys wanted to take stock of?
Oh, the broom's brushing the workshop.
Yeah, and the thing is that it's in such pristine condition because it's freshly made. So it's just sweeping a clean floor. No thoughts, just enjoying itself.
What'd be even funnier is if it somehow found dust and you're just like, where the fuck did that come from?
Give it time.
It generated it.
Probably.
It generates dust for the sake of the vibes. It's a wizard's tower.
Midge,
Hi?
you think you could use this egg?
I've never really tried it on something that hasn't hatched.
Shrug.
I don't know how long those things take to grow or anything, if that's what you're insinuating. I don't know.
Vask is going to cook it, so I figured I'd check before we did that.
I mean, I had the same idea. Whatever crab hatch thing is going to come out of this is going to be, well, us sized.
Well,
I have no idea how that would go or how long it would take. It probably isn't going to live considering you got it out of water.
Oh, yeah, true.
May already be dead.
Holding it up to the light, candling it like you can do chicken eggs and other eggs. Does it look like there was the growth of something, or is it just still like too fresh? Freshly
Make
laid?
a nature check.
You want my help with that?
Yeah, because I have a 2.
It's better than
with
mine,
advantage.
actually, but
18, not bad.
Alice
All right.
12.
From what you can tell, it was fertilized. You're not too sure. Crab eggs are always so tiny, so it's the best guess you've got is that it looks fertilized, but it also definitely looks like it needed to be kept in water. It's dried and kind of brittle.
Oops. Yeah, unfortunately, this is going to be more use cooking.
And probably quickly. Might go
yeah,
bad if we're
smell
not.
it.
Well, we're
Yeah, if
having crab omelets today.
That does sound rather delicious. You're very good at cooking, Vask.
Oh, thank you.
And the sky is
It's-
overcast.
Is that like a statement of the obvious you're getting at?
Guess?
I just feel like not taking things for granted today, that's all.
Aye.
That is completely fair.
Alright. Anything else anyone's doing?
Hildegard would be...
At least this first day, the Grobos is explicitly not doing a damn thing.
That is totally fair.
No, do it. Do it, Sarah. No one.
If nobody else has something in mind, then by all
I
means
was
use
trying
that
to
time.
let other people speak up before Vask got into
All right.
work.
It's like
Yep,
4
well.
people tried to speak at once. It's fine.
So if nobody's really doing anything and everyone's choosing to use the day to be a bit more chill, unless somebody's got something specific in mind.
Not specific, but Hildegard was just going to do basic care and maintenance of the burbs.
Yep.
Like,
They
all
absolutely
all
would
4 of the
welcome that.
burbs. So they've been through some shit.
Yeah. So you'd be outside for a decent chunk of that, but you'd be under tarp. You'd be overall safe from the very heavy rain.
If Vask asks Necrobus for help with an experiment, they will aid.
Today would be something simple. It would be cooking up the. I have 2 batches of giant heartbeat meat and 3 batches of giant heartbeat juice.
Giant
Oh, I think
heartbeat.
I used one of them for. Actually, I used. Yeah, I used one of them for the soup. So I would
Yep.
have 2 of each.
Yep.
But just to stock up on potions. Because that's going to be important, I think.
Yeah.
All right. So, after a few, maybe a couple hours into your time, just taking it easy, since Hildegard's outside, you would easily be the first one to notice this.
Oh, no.
Your birds suddenly turn at attention. All 4 of the birds do. Biter as well. Biter is out there under the tarp too. You see a couple of nearby, very spindly trees getting knocked down.
Oh, no.
We didn't up the telepathy today, did we?
Vask would have.
Okay.
I'm fine if you guys do that.
Then
You have
she's
time.
Gonna make the shout in the our fucking Discord server. Something large is coming this way. Trees just got knocked down.
When that suddenly comes through the mental, like, you all just hear a bump from upstairs.
Yep.
Oh, look. Necrovis, do you see it from the window upstairs?
Yeah.
What do your snake eyes see? Make a perception check to see through the rain.
Alrighty. Do.
$18, that's good. All right.
Okay.
It takes you a minute because the rain is very thick. It messes with visibility a bit, but you eventually spot something that at first you mistook for a boulder until you realize that it was moving across the roadway not too far off and scouring it clean. It's one of those storm crabs. It has not shrunk in the slightest.
Oh, fuck.
It is awkwardly and slowly scraping across the ground, heading towards the sea.
Oh, we let an invasive species out. I was worried about that.
Yeah,
Hey.
it's one of the crabs.
Maybe
You hear
it's
Vask laughing downstairs. Good thing I didn't pop the egg yet, because that might have drawn its mommy's attention.
Oh, maybe that's the one that mated with the one we slew.
To quote manly
I don't
guys
know.
doing manly things, it'll be fine. There's plenty of horrible things in the ocean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm less worried about the. I'm more worried about the crab's well-being than the ecosystem out there.
Oh, how soon is Glowentide?
Oh, God.
It's gonna enter the sea and immediately get ripped apart by Feldspawn.
Unless, yeah, Vivi, how soon is Glowentide?
A few weeks. I think.
Probably like within like 2.5, 3 weeks at most.
Okay, if it can survive that long, it'll have a smorgasbord.
This is a pretty big crab. It is not shrunk in the slightest. It looks comparable to the one that you guys fought. But upon hearing that, Midge does cautiously step outside into the rain to look at it. It is crawling its way onto the rocky beach, just scraping its legs, moving and scouring stones. It is not a pleasant sound. It is very loud.
Probably dragging
is
its
not
big ass tail behind it.
Yep, it is not
Oh.
paying any of you any mind at all.
And now there's a trail gouged in the earth leading straight to Forgone.
And this rain, it'll probably...
Scours in the stone might just make a weird story, but yeah. Look at it go. Guess it just wants...
Wants to be in the water again, I guess. But
Can't blame it for that. And it just slowly but surely, the colossal crustacean scoots its way and starts entering into the bay. and just starts floating out a little further until probably a few hundred feet out. It's a pretty shallow bay, you realize, because it's still largely sticking out of the water. It just kind of settles.
Oh.
Oh,
no.
so this is technically a ford.
Mm-hmm.
Fjord.
It lives here now.
Might just
That's
be
our
resting.
neighbor.
I'm less worried about the giant crab.
Yeah, to
Maybe
be
it's
fair,
just
yeah.
Yep.
It's probably exhausted, dragging its bulk without
It's
the buoyancy
catching
of
its
water.
breath.
I do wonder why it left the relative safety of its lake, though.
The water may not have been deep enough for its liking.
Do you think
It's
it
probably
shrunk
back to
some?
swamp.
maybe foregone shrank.
It's
I
just
mean-
pause like, I kind of hope so, or else we're going to hear stories of villages wiped off the map by a giant cow and a flock of chickens.
Oh no, I
Yeah.
don't want to think about them again.
I'm still worried about the rats we didn't.
Or the locusts. We did
Oh,
see.
we did look
Oh,
we did
God.
get a look at them. I think if they were Thumper shrank down, I think if they were bigger, we'd have known about it.
Aye, but it seems there's no rhyme or reason to what shrank and what didn't.
Well,
Giant magic.
actually, I know from the Big Beat, but would Vask have any idea that, like the giant lions, the storm crabs were created?
You'd
If
have
that's the
no
same
idea
lore?
about that in character if it was a created like designer creature or just a native species that grew. It certainly looks fearsome enough to be a weaponized thing.
Yeah. So Vask would say, if it didn't shrink down or grow bigger, it might be just how they're naturally big, and
Either
Oh,
way.
like how we stayed the same size.
I'm
Did
not
mention-
going to waste any thoughts on it. If the Giants couldn't figure it out, I certainly won't.
Either way, I hope it's okay. In a weird sort of way, one of them almost killed me, but
It is just an animal doing what they do. Can't really bear resentment for it. Just make a note of it.
Yeah, make sure to keep an eye so just in case it decides to surface.
yeah, we definitely want to make sure that thing doesn't come back to shore.
Alright, I'll keep some eyes out.
Appreciate it.
She's going to, because we had a short rest, I have my spell slots back.
Yeah.
Which I'm immediately going to burn on Flock of Familiars. So I'm going to have a bunch of birds under the overhang of the roof of this fucking building, watching on different sides.
All right, you summon, how many birds is it again? Like 5?
6 per cast, because it auto upcasted.
All right, so there's 5 additional birds.
Yep.
Technically. So there's Laug, Baug, Kaug, Daug, Faug, and Gaug.
God damn it.
You had to have expected that.
It's
No.
the Augs.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to watch for Kachaug.
No.
Oh
Like-
no.
No.
I'm gonna guess Hildegard listens to Laug and Raug name them off in her head, and she's like, I don't know if they're messing with me or if they're truthful, and I honestly don't care which.
Lugal
True enough.
doesn't answer.
No, he doesn't. Of course not.
All right. So the crab settles into the bay and just sits there, the rain just kind of scouring off and cleaning, keeping its shell wet. You wanted to do some crafting checks or whatever you were going to do?
I also have, I realized, storm crab blood because I made a leap that maybe like, horseshoe crab blood is used in medicine stuff,
Yep,
modern day.
It is not shrank. It is still a very large vial of bright electric blue blood.
Yeah. So the main focus would be working on the heartbeat stuff before it goes bad.
Yep.
The meat, that would be for potions. The juice do you think I could make something with that, or should I save it for more soup?
I'm all
Up
topped
to
up.
you. Up to you.
Yeah, we're pretty good health wise at the moment.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'll just start cooking things up, get a nice supply of health potions.
Yeah.
All right.
Not a bad thing.
Considering
Mhm.
I'm all out,
If-
yeah.
Like,
If
Yeah,
Necrobo still
restocking on
has-
your potions would be a very good choice for this. Yes.
I am technically max health at the moment.
Yeah, because I
All right.
have 3 normals and 1 greater left after all that. Just
Yeah.
because I've had such a stockpile.
I still have a normal kicking around.
And
I
because
have-
of Garm healing.
I have a Supreme, but that's also the only one I have.
Y'all have
Yeah,
potions.
Say
Yeah,
that.
one good one for emergencies.
Exactly.
That's like break glass in case of emergency syringe.
Yeah.
And I have the dragon vessel, so technically I could be downing that potion every day.
You probably should.
But
Yeah.
Take your medicine, Vara.
I'm like 19 from helpful. But, so, alchemy with advantage if Necrobos is helping?
Now, I think Necrobos is taking the day off, is what was implied.
Yeah,
Okay.
if asked for help, like if Vest's like, hey, want to help, they'll help. But they're, they'll give aid. They're not going to do the check themselves. They're hard
Yeah.
not currently in it.
So, okay, then, getting the sense that Necrobos is in a funk, Vask would go and ask, it's like, hey, Necrobos, would you mind helping me with brewing up some of the stuff? It's just simple alchemy stuff. Just need extra
Sure.
pair of hands.
I can do that.
Just trying to, Vask knows that when you're in a depressive funk, maybe helping, getting your hands and mind busy helps sometimes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, they'll,
And it's
Okay,
healing
but-
stuff and not explosives, so being distracted shouldn't be too bad of a problem.
Nice. All right. That is, you realize very quickly that was a very healthy heartbeat. It was a big one.
fuck it. I'm going to use a flash of genius and make that, 28.
28.
Oh,
God
even
damn.
better.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I need to look at some of my charts to see, because you had some very healthy sample sizes. Are you guys just like burning through all of it?
Well, I have 2 large batches of the meat and 2, I think it was jars of the juice.
Mm-hmm.
So, unless I think there might be something special I could make with them beyond healing potions, like potion of regenerate, I don't know, maybe.
Let me look. All right. That is an extremely good roll for this.
I love flash of genius.
Oh yeah, because it smells like candy. The tower smells very sweet.
Mm-hmm.
That it would.
Provost makes a face at that, like.
There is such a thing as too sweet.
It can get a little saccharine if you have some really potent stuff.
Well, yeah, Vask and Garm are used to it because they're the ones down in the splash zone when we were harvesting.
Except my
Mhm.
nose is even better than yours.
It was like the elevator scene from The Shining, but cherry flavored.
Yeah.
The girl was like, as we're doing this, makes a face. I don't like the smell of this.
Well, it's preferable to some of the other alchemical stuff I've made.
Maybe.
I wonder if Dragonborn can even register sweet as a taste.
I don't. My thought is that they don't like it because it's just.
Their flavor profiles they prefer are more savory umami flavors.
Yeah. So
I remember. Oh, sorry.
no, you're good.
I was just gonna say, I remember seeing a Tumblr post thinking about how flavor palettes would change between different D&D species, and it's like orcs and half orcs, they have the same reaction to like savory meats, the same way humans have to sugar.
Oh, it's fun. Yeah, so I don't know. This smells kind of bad.
At least you weren't swimming in it.
That's fair.
Like, I think I'm still finding stains of red in my clothing,
All right, so
and it's not blood.
with a roll that high, you get how to break this down. Just above game, would you guys prefer a few really big healing pots or to spread it around a bit more, or a lot of smaller ones?
Some big ones would probably be more useful.
Yeah, I am inclined for many, a couple big ones. What about you?
Yeah,
Ash?
because I can find regular heartbeats when we start traveling again to make like standards and graders.
Yeah. And-
The scientist in the party is like, I want to see how strong I can make it.
Yeah,
kind of.
Strongest
Yeah,
one.
I think as it's happening, there's a flicker of that with how fucking high that was.
that's the flash of genius. You get invested.
Yeah.
What if
yeah.
we make it even? How strong can we make this? How potent a mixture? Okay, so with that, you guys get. See, you had 4 things. All right, you guys get 4 potions of supreme healing.
Oh.
Nice.
So that is 10d4 plus 20. I'm going to say 10d4 plus 30 for these because it's made out of some
Holy
source
shit.
code stuff.
Whoa. Damn.
So those can
10d
restore a maximum of 70. You have a feeling this thing could wake the dead.
10d4 plus 30.
Yep.
4 plus 30.
If we had got a cleric to bless some of this juice and yeeted it at Calder, I think he just would have gone up. Tender.
Oh god,
Would
I
have
had
been
an
that.
idea.
Would have been that terminal montage Castlevania clip, just throwing holy water at somebody over and over.
Yeah.
Like, I actually forgot to set that up because Vasquez shaped water and 4 flasks of healing, holy water. Just turn one of them into an icicle and just telekinetically stab Oswald over and over.
Yeah.
All right, so there's one other thing that you get. Somehow through the process, you had some distilled liquid left over that is a somewhat darker and deeper red, almost amber colored in some ways, depending on how you look at it in light. You're not 100% sure what this is, but it looks pretty potent too. It's just what was left over from splitting the liquids, as it were.
Could we investigate?
If you wish.
How would that be an Arcana or another alchemy?
Arcana will work.
Man,
Necrobus, do you want to take this?
Sure.
yeah.
Can I give Necrobus aid?
Yes.
My
Necrobos is
Arcana only
invested now.
7.
16, okay.
Oh god, that is an
That's-
awful. No, fuck that. Flash of genius.
My
again.
goodness.
21 then.
21.
All right.
Let's come
At
back
first-
with the short rest, right?
At first,
What?
you are not 100% sure. You're kind of scratching your head at it. It looks and smells enough like a healing potion. But it seems different somehow. You get the feeling at the very least that it is beneficial. You'd be very surprised if somebody got like some really deadly toxin out of a heartbeat. That'd be the first time that has ever happened.
Dask, we did it. We made anti-heartbeat.
Oh, jeez.
Heart attack beat. It's all the sugar, it kills you.
That's an awakened heartbeat. Heart attack beats.
Oh, no.
Oh my god.
So you're not 100% sure what it does from that check, but it looks potent.
Okay. Whatever we've made here, it's gonna have some kick to it.
Yeah. Definitely have to go and investigate it more later.
Kick is a dangerous descriptor coming from a fucking fire-breathing dragon.
Yeah.
This is not white person spicy. This is actual spicy.
This is
There's a
actual
question.
spice.
Can Dragonborn perceive spicy food?
It takes a fucking lot to register as spicy for them. It's like with dwarves. They basically have to drink poison to feel a kick at all.
Oh my god.
Their food typically is extremely spicy.
Meanwhile, everyone who eats at a dragon lair as a guest is like, man, this food's really bland. Get back to the kitchen. There's just a bunch of kobolds. It's like, fuck, what do we do, man? Is this dangerous to humans?
We can't serve them this, they'll
What about
die.
salt? Is salt okay? No, humans can't eat rocks.
Oh.
Which mushrooms can we give them? I don't know. All of them?
I saw this mushroom kill 10 men once. Alright, so you have the 4 supreme healings and 1 mystery gold potion.
Nice.
Excellent.
That would be the amount of work you'd be able to do for the day. You have brewed some very potent stuff. The place smells like a licorice factory for a while.
That's the worst part of this whole thing. That smells awful.
Tell me about it.
He's already stopped his nose.
Imagining Garm with tissues in his nostrils now.
Absolutely.
Oh, that was the worst thing. Whenever I got in trouble, I would be put on health potion duty.
Oh, that's just mean.
What? What would be a punishment like that in the Daenor Horde?
Latrine duty.
Oh God. The Horde.
Sometimes the latrine tunnels need cleaning out. That's usually a kobold's job.
They're the ones who can fit. Meanwhile, they have to beat back all the Odigus.
If you were, you did that sort of thing in the Daenor Hordes, you'd be, you'd have to do latrine duty.
Oh, that too. We do that as well.
They frown, although it's mostly kobolds who did it.
Poor bastards.
I suppose.
See, he would not say it in character, but just think it's like, yeah, of course it would be awful for kobolds, because some of their horde members take bigger shits than they are.
Ugh.
God!
Yeah. That was implied.
Wow.
Alright. So anything else for the day you guys are doing, or can we wind it down to a close?
Wind today down to a close. Unless you guys.
My
Oh,
only
wow.
silly suggestion is that one time, is like, there will be a moment where somebody has their back turned to Garm, and when they look again, he's in wolf mode and he's just laying on his side on the bed.
Aw.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Midge will actually sleep inside tonight. The rain is a little too much.
I'm gonna shotgun this potion, and then when it comes back the next day, I'll hand it around to who needs it, so we don't have to use any of the ones that go permanently away.
Nice. How's Necrobus feel about getting that relic?
Oh boy.
Because it's a big draconic relic, right?
Yeah, did you get that from the dragons?
Yeah, I did.
Yep.
And then
it's
I
a-
completely
a
forgot
dragging
about
vessel.
it for the next, 20 episodes.
Ma.
folks, is why we take notes.
So yeah, you
Well,
were
that's
aware
also
they
very
mentioned
character
that.
for Hala.
Yep.
Not Halavara, Jesus.
Yep, I mean, they told you outright. They received gifts from the Silver Horde for helping them, but
Yeah.
that is such a big thing. That is something
Yeah.
they say so lightly.
Again, Vara's drinking the potion, and the camera shifts, and you just see Necrobus in the background, just kind of staring at it.
Well, you've
It's
seen
like
it
an
before.
Office Space joke.
Yeah, but that was while we were in fucking
Yep.
misty death.
Oh, before the day passes, we should use the Sending Stone to talk to Wistal.
Oh yeah, you're right.
If anyone has an idea of what to say.
Mostly, I want to know if anything has changed.
Situation in Elpenge.
If there's any news that she knows from outside.
Okay. So,
As we're winding down and Vask is assembling the sending, have I gotten any messages today?
You have not.
okay, let me see how many letters or words this is. Okay, yeah, it's short, but
Okay. Short, quick message. All right, I'd say at this point, how much time you worked, it's sunset. You guys would all be eating, just kind of gathering around, just chilling in the
I would've
cozier
cooked up
space.
The crab egg, which when cutting into the crab egg, I would have had someone keep an eye on the crab the entire time cooking. Just to be
Thankfully,
safe,
it did not. Thankfully, it did not stir.
because I got a flashback to my very first campaign. The very first thing the group investigated was there were Mirelurks investigating a drug lab that was using their eggs because it smelled so much like a nest.
Oh boy.
Sorry.
Yeah. As of right now, keeping an eye out, the crab has not moved in the slightest. In fact, honestly, it's been so still that if anybody who's never seen this bay before would just think he was a large little rock in the middle of it.
Yeah. The birds on the under the overhang of the roof are watching that and everything else.
Fighters, is just kind of staying dry. Okay, so I'll work on a response to that.
Okay.
It's do you have any questions for me?
Sure.
Do you like peanut butter?
Squints. Are you mocking me?
What is a peanut butter?
No, I mean,
I've never had.
just want to know if you like peanut butter.
Never had peanut butter.
It's not that great, to be honest.
Speak for yourself.
Says the dog.
Yeah.
Can't get enough of the stuff.
That wasn't in character where she said, says the dog.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
As for
It would've
your
been-
questions, what are you at liberty of sharing?
Technically, nothing. I should not tell you anything.
All right.
The fact that you know I'm not just an exile is that alone is potentially enough for me to get actually exiled, if not slated for.
So what are you doing sticking around then?
What am I supposed to do?
Your job? Whatever that is.
If you want me to leave, I will. To be clear on that,
There's no lost lot of it. There's not really any resentment here, at least from my end.
they just kind of look around at everyone else.
As we well established and foregone, sometimes you need to keep a secret.
What do you have to spy on? I think I have a pretty safe guess, but
There wasn't the Reich, obviously.
just nods knowingly in a yep, figured kind of way.
But it wasn't just the Reich. I was looking for anything that was happening outside of the Horde, anything notable, anything useful.
So, if you are at liberty to share this, did a Scion girl and her friend show up to your lair before you left?
Oh, I know them. Sam and Eleanor, was it?
Esther.
Esther, yeah. Sam and Esther. They are actually traveling with one of my kin,
Are they now?
Kobold.
Well, at least they're safe.
He wa- They. They catch the they started to say something, but they caught themselves and they just kind of stop.
Yes, I imagine your Horde would be interested in the affairs of the Reich ever since they showed up to your front door knocking.
Yeah, if we Jabral was melted alive.
Yeah, that didn't stop him forever, though.
I was told to deliver him a message, which I did. So at least I did that.
And to answer Gar's specific question, yes, you were aware right after the stuff in Ibrana, the Daenor Horde is where Sam and Esther went. They didn't meet you personally, but you were aware they came back to visit again before you were sent out.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what about I figured.
So how much of what you told us is true? That you're some kind of hero back in your Horde?
That's true. I was given a suffix and a prefix and a title. Something not usual.
I, by all definitions, I think that puts you higher than Virosir.
That is a prefix and suffix individual of the
Gileali's horde. My question to you is, are the hordes of Daenor a threat to Gileali?
Yes. Any horde is a threat to another horde.
So it's been said, but apparently we've also heard that Gileali's gathering allies.
Well, they reach into their pocket and they pull out a stone. I have a sending stone as well. I have been using it after you've all gone to sleep, or during my night watches. I have been relaying information back to my.
About us.
Is he my what?
About us.
About anything I could find. Is he my was that my direct father or just
Yes.
one of the what?
Yes, it was your direct father that you were in compliance with. The sire worm of the lair.
Yeah. I was sending messages to my father. He was the one messages were from me were going through, and he would deliver that to my mother.
I've heard it said that the horde of Daenor is vast, that there's more than one mother.
Yes, there's several.
5 to be exact.
Oh yeah, there's 5 of them.
And you say dragons don't work together.
Oh, they didn't work together. Some of them couldn't stand each other.
Aye. Such is the way with family sometimes.
Family. They run a hand along their snout. I told them of you. Each of you. A seer. A beast cursed. Someone who is connected to something that claims to be older than dragons.
Press X to doubt.
Vask didn't come up very much, but
As
You should have mentioned him. Vask of the Many
I
Colors,
did.
the known celebrity.
I've met.
You get a message back. Can he get his autograph?
Oh shit,
God.
is the only sending
Oh, no.
response.
Oh no, they're a fanboy.
Beyonce!
God, did I mention? Oh God, Vask's dad. Air quotes.
Do not say that to Vask. You will see your approval rating go down in real time.
I mean, they're trying to be honest. Did I, DD?
I don't believe you did mention that,
I think I
from
did.
my memory.
No.
That's a good
Vask
thing you
did mention
haven't.
a long time ago to Naaman that he needed to talk to him about Ichabod. Never followed up on that.
I didn't mention you very much, Vask, because I'll be honest, you're information was more personally interesting than information that the Horde would use.
I'm both mildly insulted but relieved.
Flattered? Question mark.
Do you want
I-
to? Sorry.
That's why I stuck with you all. After I followed you because the Reich wanted you, and if the Reich wanted you, well, they weren't going to get you. But then you told me things. Such insane things. Chronomancy, the reason for the early winter. Oh, excuse me.
So Danorn is going to move on Hallowheim. Hallowhall. Damn it.
No,
I keep doing that.
no, that was
Because Necrobos, do you know what the scariest thing that I can think of? Is this human took himself and stripped the souls and bodies of many others to fuel himself. I'm worried about a draconic mother saying that and going, well, obviously it failed because a human tried it. Let me do that with my entire horde. That is what terrifies me the most.
I did not tell them the state that they were in, but I did tell them that making an alliance with them would be likely beneficial at the
With
moment.
who?
Elgili.
Okay.
I did not tell them what you told me about somebody in the Horde using necromancy to revive eggs. I didn't even tell you that. That's what that thing was. It's what happens when somebody fails to use necromancy to revive an egg that doesn't live. It's the horde. That horde is famous. It is perhaps the most well known of all four. Is that accurate, Vivi?
Definitely.
What?
Definitely accurate, yes.
Yeah. It's one of the most well-known hordes of the world, and they are apparently in such a bad state that they tried to necromantically revive.
We don't know the circumstances.
That is the creature you described.
Wait, I get that. I'm not doubting what created it. I'm uncertain of the circumstances that led to that desperate act.
It was still a desperate act, and the knowledge that has happened there,
if that got out, it would show Agiliali has grown weak, either because she has turned to such desperate measures, or that she allows that to happen under her horde.
Exactly. And if my mother found out I knew that information, she'd have me dead. But I couldn't just tell my father that the horde was like that. He is reasonable.
Ambitious.
He is like me. He is I mean, I am like him. We want peace, but it's still there.
The sentiment is not shared with the other hordes in Daynor, is it?
No, but even my father, the temptation is there.
We're taught a little bit about dragon culture, the old oaths and everything, but if my memory's correct, if the old Silver Mother, that would be a power vacuum, the likes of which has not been seen in the North in 2,000 years.
The war for succession would be brutal.
I think that might be the one thing that could get mother worms to leave their lairs.
You'd see the Coppers leaving Breveland, the Blacks leaving Daynor, and who knows?
I couldn't tell him. I couldn't tell him that they were in that was what has happened, and that was the state they were in.
Good.
I nudged them towards reaching out, because if they don't know how bad it is there, but know that a alliance could be beneficial to both sides, that's maybe that'll.
Huh. You've put yourself in a pretty dangerous place then.
Welcome to the Unbowed.
You fucked up. Part of the team.
I am not likely to live very long. That is.
You know just enough to make yourself a problem for the rest.
I am one of the highest ranking non-wormling members of my horde. I left with the intention of giving them every bit of information that I found. But
you're learning how complicated the wider world really is.
I saw
I know.
what the horde could become in Foregon. I saw myself being a part of that. I don't trust them.
Or yourself.
They when they say, I don't trust them, they visibly shudder.
Believe me, it is a painful thing to realize how dangerous your family is.
How have I lived this long? And yet, in such a short amount of time away from home, this is where I am.
I get it.
What have you done to me?
World did it to you. Did it to me too.
I'm sorry.
I
understand your frustration. I do.
I've been right where you are, to the closest extent probably of everyone here.
I
think our peoples really would be better off spending more time outside of their own borders.
Yep.
My people, there's a lot of resentment towards Humes. Still, it's only been a couple of generations for us. I remember people as it was happening. I was little. That's not changed all that much. These wounds are deep, those grudges deeper. And some of them just wish all of you were gone and things could go back to where they were, but I've walked through parts of two of your nations, two of your kingdoms, vassaldoms, I'm not entirely sure. Your people aren't going anywhere.
I was. I was pro my horde working with the outsiders. I thought, no, my horde isn't perfect, but there is. And surely they just needed to see, needed time, needed proof, a push.
That the Ebon hordes entertain alliances with humans at all, from what the stories I've heard. Yes, you are a little more progressive-minded than some hordes.
That is how my mother came to power. Right? I'm not misremembering that. That's how my mother came to power.
Yep.
She
Worked with the She worked with the Sarkozy tribes that lived down below. Since she wasn't old enough to have children yet or a mate, she acquired followers and it gave her an edge.
Yeah. She worked with Sarkozy, who are down south. He was not, at the time, old enough to have any children of her own. But working with them, that gave her.
So your mother, of all of them, would best understand the power of human nations. That is why she's so interested in the Reich, isn't it?
Well, no, the Horde as a whole is interested in the Reich because they stepped into our home and tried to take Horde friends from us.
Yes, I understand that, but it is your mother, it is your mission that you were sent out into the world.
I volunteered.
I imagine so.
We had realized that we didn't know enough. So we needed more information. And I saw a chance to be useful. To make my horde prosper. And now it just makes me sick.
So what now, Necrobos of Daenor?
I wish I knew. They may think I'm dead at this rate. It's been months. Or they may think it's just been a longer than usual break from communication. I don't know.
You think you'll reach out to them again?
I feel like I should. But things in Foregone.
Telling them that may contest the copper horde that lives in these parts.
No. I don't mean telling them that, Garm. I mean, things I saw. I saw that my horde lashing out and looking for conquest, killing humans, myself a part of it. And I realized that despite what I wanted to believe all this time, despite what I've dedicated my life to, I couldn't deny that reality.
Well, from one to another, we all have the capacity for great harm. Each of us, if nudged in the right direction, could become a terror.
And each of us have suffered some sort of self-delusion in the past.
I
And you believe
Kilgar's-
that I could become a horror.
could become a horror. So could
Don't-
Vask. So could Hildegard.
Don't avoid the question, Farm.
Do you want us to condemn you? Is that what you're looking for?
No, I don't know anymore.
Well,
And I've never been in this position.
As Var said, could is not the same as will or would. Not exactly in those words.
I have grown attached to you all. Despite not trusting any of you completely, I put my life on the line to save some of you. I could have joined Calder and
yet here you are.
Hildegard's going to take a deep breath and just, as I said, none of us are without our own delusions. Before I made the journey with Vask, I used to think the Iron Reich was very cool. They aren't very well known in Galmada, save a few who journeyed out that way and made their names as, well, knights and errants and people of well renown who saved, poor peasants from monsters and the like. We only saw those people. So when you only hear about that, you start thinking, if they're so amazing, their organization must be so amazing. And then when we went to the Hallow Hall, I got to actually meet a few, and at least one of which lived up to the stories, and the rest were frankly as terrible as everyone has experienced. No one is immune to self-doubt or
losing their way.
right, or simply just being wrong.
have I been wrong about everything?
Statistically, no. Which you would. Sorry.
Go on.
No, you're just going to add, which you would probably know much more about than I would.
I know it's a difficult thing to grasp, but it sounds to me you're reckoning with the idea that you and your horde are not perfect.
I never thought I was anything close to perfect.
You said you understood that they weren't perfect, but there's, as I'm understanding it, a difference between understanding it and actually feeling it.
This is seeing it, in front of my very eyes. I'm
It is your
sorry.
call whether or not you wish to contact your horde. Just
If I
think
don't,
first.
and they find out I'm alive, they will send people to kill all of us.
He just
Then-
waves a little bit. I get it.
Seems a bit extreme.
What?
Seems a bit extreme.
No, it is
It
not.
makes sense if you lose a spy. There's only a very few reasons why you'd lose one. And if
Okay,
they
yeah.
aren't captured, you have to take a guess that it might be the worst outcome, that someone flipped them.
Dragons don't like letting people know how big their hordes are.
I know so much that could be used against them.
And they have to weigh that against the odds that you simply were unable to contact them. It would not be a lie to say you run afoul of some bad magic, and
No.
we're unable to send a message for some time.
But then what?
It would be the truth.
But
And-
then what?
Then you decide what they get to hear. And if you're worried about them falling, maybe you can nudge them in the right direction, as you've already been doing.
Or you just remind them that there are much bigger struggles out there.
Hmm.
I mean,
I don't imagine Daenor would appreciate the kingdom of the accursed that the thrice accursed king is trying to build.
That would be solid intel to give them if you haven't already.
But I can't. I don't. I no longer believe that they have what's best in mind.
Necrotus, can I say something that might be a little mean?
I mean, I deserve it. I've lied to you all.
Well, two things then. One,
Oh,
we don't really cart with the whole self-pitying thing. Two, for a would-be chronomancer, you are terrified of possibility. If you're dead set on manipulating time to see these other timelines like Vara is, then use that to guide your people to a path that you can tolerate.
One they won't hate themselves for in the next few decades.
Take it from somebody who sees these things all the time. A little nudge will go further than you think it does.
And from what you say, Drake with the 3-syllable word, you have a lot of influence where you come from. That could be a big push, even if you don't have permanent wings. That's not offensive, is it? That's not really real.
is it?
Shit. Oh shit, am I racist?
no, it is not offensive. It's just a fact.
No, it's not. You're good.
I'm not trying to be mean, I'm just trying to be truthful.
I hear you.
And sometimes you just gotta hope for the better outcome.
Yes, Necrobos, as we discussed. Have a little faith.
And on another note, you lying to us isn't enormous. We've barely known you for a week and a half. I don't know
3
if
months, technically.
Can we just not go into any more giant runes?
And at least make sure there's no fog around them.
I don't know if that's something I can reliably promise, actually, Hildegard.
Just kind of deflates, like,
It's nice one of us had a good time.
Or the magic 8-ball outlook unclear.
To be fair, we didn't mean to go into this one.
Also, Vara, oh no, we're next to Forgon, throws herself into it.
Oh no.
Oh no, I'm walking backwards into the fog, T-posing. Oh no, I am doing this of my own will. Oh no.
Oh no. She walks backwards and flips you all off as she leaves.
I'm gonna build a house here. Anyways.
She was more meaning that we didn't actually mean to walk into this fog in the first place. It just kind of happened.
Yeah, no,
it was
I got
the
it.
first night we had the tower.
No, I get you. We didn't mean to do it. We probably won't mean to do it again, but that's the funnier read.
Garm will get up from his bed across the room, just kind of place a hand on Necrobus' shoulder.
I know it's a lot. Just, how about you sleep on it, okay?
Midge also, nice. It's like Midge also gets up. After hearing the whole thing about how you chose to not tell them something crucial, something that would have benefited them greatly, at the cost potentially of your own life, that's good enough for me.
Yeah.
That took guts.
Thank you. A thing.
It's a good thing. They beat it into my head for ages that my people could be wrong about things. Especially Jeddah.
I don't think she knows how to do anything else.
I got that vibe, yeah.
It's kind of
Yeah,
refreshing.
emphasis on the beat the lesson into you.
It's kind of refreshing just how much she doesn't give a shit.
I always knew how to cut to the heart of the matter. Speaking of which, do you have any more of that soup?
It'd be great if I could just not care right now. I'm gonna be honest.
Lem. He just starts slurping the sloop.
Sloop.
Slurping the sloop!
Slurping the sloop.
That is a Seuss line if I've ever heard one.
So, Vivi,
Yes.
I've technically haven't been counting my rations because adventuring is a hard life with a cook along for your. Oh wait, never mind. There's one of these where it says I can. Oh, survival. I can just scavenge food from out and about.
Well, if there's enough food to scavenge, yes.
Yeah,
Not too hard.
that made to do that twice. Whoops.
Before everybody does go to bed, Vara is going to.
Oh.
So, Mitch,
Huh?
I won't be able to locate it directly, but do you want me to see if I can figure out where the Sun Eater might be now?
Yeah, summer's coming to a close. Might be on borrowed time once we start looking. Yeah, having a lead on that might be a good thing.
Okay. So I can ritual cast without screwing up my long rest. I can't use a spell slot, right? That's what we determined.
Correct.
So I can.
Unless you have a way of getting that spell slot back.
It will come back on a short rest as long as I read my book.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, but I can do the easy way and just either cast divination or contact other plane and just ask the question.
Both are valid options. That's what you wish.
What do you guys think? I can ask
Contact
to,
other plane. You might get the Sun Eater's mom, the Glamourlands.
I can directly ask questions with contact other plane. Divination will just give me a vague answer.
I can pass somebody the Portal of Power tomorrow because it was used this day, so they can get back a spell slot then.
Then I would be able to cast Locate Creature.
It can regenerate up to a slot.
Then yeah, then I could do that because it's a 4th level spell.
No, sorry, up to a 3rd level slot, my bad.
Then I can't.
Sorry. Because it says, just worded funky.
Oh, it's
if
fine.
the spell is a 4th level or higher, this new spell slot is 3rd level. That's such an awkward way. God damn it, people.
Yeah, that I'll stick with either divination or contact other plane. Would you rather a direct answer or a vague answer?
We need concrete information.
Okay. Well, I am.
Yeah, we have a lot of uncertainty right now.
I'm in no mood for riddles.
I'll throw that
And
up.
if you get whammied,
I am
we can
technically
just-
in Garm's radius.
Yep.
Yeah, and I'm here, so I can give you a little mental boost if need be.
Yep.
So the question is, what do I contact? Do I just contact a vague thing on the other side of something? Then VV can just pick.
An open call is an option.
Phone starts ringing and anyone can pick it up. Who it is?
I'll
You know,
actually-
I
I'll
wouldn't
turn to
be so-
Mitch, actually, and go, is there something that you know of on this fairy realm of yours that would be willing to answer questions?
I'm gonna have to roll for her for that.
Well, there's bound to be a glamour lord or two.
We've made this joke before, like ages ago, in Kay's campaign. We did the shrine thing. New shrine, who dis?
New
Got
shrine, who
blasted
dis?
for it.
I got half of my hit points ripped away because that was some bullshit. Which was fair.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I literally went new shrine, who dis?
God.
It's that you're just sticking a payphone in the middle of nowhere as various otherworldly deities walk past.
Oh, Vass would also relay the message from Westala. Foregone, anyone else I'd say was lying. Would love to learn more. Alpench is calm but tense. Rank pressure lessened. Sense attack. Friends safe.
Well, that's good news at least. For the most part. There must have been no attacks from anything, otherwise we would have heard about giant flying deer things.
Think Jed is worried about us?
Probably.
She wouldn't tell us that, though.
Which means, this also means the Thrice Accursed King is probably still marshalling forces or building somewhere.
Does it take a long time to make a Puritan out of a person?
Shrugs. We do have one we could ask, provided he doesn't, be a pain.
I was gonna do that once we got moving again. Darm and I spoke to him right before we got into Foregone. He's said he'd show us the way to him.
Well, of course, because then if he kills us, he'd be able to free him.
I don't know. His wording was that we would join him.
Oh boy.
Well, Oswald thought we were going to join him too, so.
Yeah, he was confident. I don't know.
There's a terrifying question that I wish I hadn't thought of.
Hmm?
In the confrontation between the two, we were worried about the Reich winning. Thrice cursed king winning means that now he has Puritans made out of Reichman.
Yeah.
You're assuming he can just turn people into Puritans. I
Rips
was
out
under the
their heart.
impression that Puritans existed and he recruited them.
They were once men.
Yes, but
From what I believe, there is a ritual where it involves cutting out someone's heart.
We don't know enough about that for sure. I can ask him. I don't know if he'll tell me. But I'm not in the mood to do that for now until we're a little more fighting fit.
That is a good idea.
I mean, he can't harm me, technically. I think that's a condition of my power. They're bound under me, as much as physically can be. Though at the same time, I'm not sure. I've not explored my limits with it very much yet. Either way, he did tell us he would lead us to him in the event that came to pass.
At least we have a way to him.
Well, as far as your other question, it's been so long, I don't really remember any names. But there are beings in the glamour realms that do parlay in information. Your odds aren't bad if that's what you want to look into.
While this is going on, Necrobus has had the stone out, and it suddenly glows, and they send off a message.
Okay.
What was that, Pask?
Oh, do you think Hala might know?
Oh!
I could try to call her, but
She'd probably be the one you would risk the least contacting, Stlee.
I hadn't even thought of that.
How does that work?
I just
Not
call into the void and ask a question to whatever picks up. As long as I know a name, it's easier.
We're not even sure exactly where they went, physical or metaphysical.
You did make quite the connection with Hala.
It did. It was nice.
Good.
How? Nothing.
Even if her answer is she doesn't know, I mean, someone you trust over someone you don't know.
That being said, you said the Sun Eater is important to the health of your Glamourlands.
Whatever health means there, but yes, it is a glamour lord of sorts. There's several of them. That court is always changing. They're constantly going around behind each other.
So we can't
That's
bet on
familiar.
them wanting to return the Sun Eater for their own best interests.
I'm still of the very terrifying thought that Einar and the Reich might want it, so that the Sun Eater can eat Rask, and Einar can become the replacement Sun in some convoluted plan. But like I said, terrifying thought.
Anyway,
Not even sure the Sun Eater has the capabilities to do that.
We don't know.
There's lots of unknowns.
What would they even do? Throw it at the eye?
How do you even get
Build
it?
the
There's my
world's
question.
largest trebuchet.
The bear starts.
Exactly.
Little did we know, the bear starts flying towards the sky at like a rocket.
Someone casts fly on the bear, just says go. Stack.
This is the way the world ends. Bearmageddon.
Going to 1v1 the sun, BRB.
That's never ended poorly for anybody in the history of Bogrun.
never. I messaged my father and I told him that that I'm alive, and I was trapped in a magic field and lost time.
Very well.
Where do I go from here? I don't know.
Make that call, Vara.
Alright. If I cast out for Hala, and if I can't contact her, I think it just kind of doesn't go anywhere.
Busy signal.
Yeah. So I'll try for Hala first.
All right.
DC 15 intelligence check, and do I have advantage because
Garms
I'm...
are
So you get a plus from Garm.
Yeah, how much is the plus?
4.
4.
4, nice. And
Full
I can
score.
give you a +5 if need be.
Intelligence saving throw.
Alright.
13, 14, 15,
Oh.
16.
16, okay.
16. Just make it.
very good. All right, I will respond to that in one moment. I just got to finish the response to Necrobos. I'm counting the words.
That's fine. She's got a.
6,
She's got
9,
Whoa.
10, 11, 12, 13.
There's 5 people all sending me messages.
I'm
There-
content to live in the moment.
She does have to ritual cast it, so she is just sitting there for 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
No reason not to if we got the time.
Yeah.
Wait.
You guys have plenty of time to chill and eat soup.
Yeah. Is Garm still in wolf form?
I imagine he turned back into a human for the conversation, but he could
Okay.
turn back into a dog.
I was just curious because
He can't. He doesn't have the ability to speak as a wolf. Not yet.
Well, we have the mental link.
Yes, that's true.
That would just be occasionally interrupted with squirrel.
Oh god. It'd be
As
like wolf's
into
rain.
wolf form, you would have intrusive thoughts that are very overpowering.
Yeah.
Dick? Fetch?
Right now, he only uses wolf form when he's relaxing.
oh,
Alright, so. Alright, gotta find the appropriate music for contact to other plane.
Oh boy.
unless he wards her off, Hildegard will try and pet the big dog.
He let
There we
Jetta
go.
pet him.
Yeah, but you may not always want pets.
Alright,
Oh dear.
you reach out, whispering a familiar name. One moment you're sitting in the hearth of your own tower. The next, you're awash in an astral sea. Alone. Distant starlight, swirling colors, bizarre spectral things flitting about like insects. Before long, you become aware of the sensation of something tall, something radiant. You turn, and you see Hala, but a much older Hala. Hair gleaming like mithril strands, crown of stars atop her head. Not quite fully solid, an immaterial spectral state. And so we meet again, little spirit.
Aw.
Yeah. I don't know how long it's been for you. It's been a...
Neither do I.
Suppose time doesn't matter anymore.
In a sense. Well, it's a pleasure to speak with you again. What are your questions?
I only have the one that was discussed. The creature called the Sun Eater. Where is it?
You just see like a rush. That astral matter all around you just expanding outward, like witnessing a star's death. It swirls, taking on familiar, almost constellation-like shapes, moving about here and there. You see some looking like landscapes, others looking like people, cities. They move too fast to glean anything specific, but they are painting a picture of the world around you. Hala's eyes close, dimming for a moment, then open yet again. A lord of glamour stands between three realms. They are near you and yet as far as they can ever be. You will find your answer here.
Okay, this is out of character. Does anybody else have any questions that they might have asked me to ask?
Hey, you could ask whether you could ask about the Thanor Horde.
Meh. I'm more worried about the king.
Yeah, asking about the king. King's not a bad idea either.
There is a certain warlock patron that caused a bit of strife recently.
It's also not a terrible idea.
I have up to 5 questions and I've used 1.
Oh, sweet.
I mean, Vasquez selfishly asked about Ichabod, but that doesn't
Hala
go well when
will,
that happens.
unlike the time dragon from before, Hala will actually be good in answering them.
Like, Ichabod's still a problem. That's not a Vask thing. He's still a fucking problem. Because we don't need 2 Shemaises running around.
Yeah,
Take your time.
it would be good to know that what has happened since we left regarding the king.
Okay, I'm gonna phrase this question as best as I can.
No problem.
When the 3 sides met between the Reich and the one that calls himself the thrice accursed king and the Sun Eater, what happened?
Once again, the environment dances, moving here and there. You speak of outcomes unknown to your time.
Hasn't happened yet.
Oh, it hasn't happened yet.
Hasn't happened yet. Okay. I suppose that's good to know. Wondering what they've been doing for 3 months, but...
Poker. Sorry.
I have 3 more questions.
you could, you know, Necroboses understand that there's other things going on that are important, but like, hey,
Good.
can they're having a bit of an existential crisis. Can they even trust their home anymore?
It's like, we got a list, and we have 3 questions.
Garm will just be outside of the realm, just a hand on Necrova's shoulder. No, you can't. Just like how I can't trust my dad. Sorry, Chief. Our families hate us.
Welcome to the Daddy Issues Club.
Welcome to the club. Again, I have a question, and I'm trying to think of how to best phrase it. I know that Hala won't fuck me over, but it's still,
You can spend one of the questions asking her how you should word it.
It's still prophecy mumbo jumbo, so you have to kind of do ceremony a bit. I understand.
I know he would appreciate it if I asked this. What is the state of the one called Ichabod? And what is he doing now?
Mhm. Oh boy.
The sky takes on an obscured, misty kind of tone to it. The twinkling lights displacing and being replaced by obscuring mist. They gather strength. They gather allies. They gather enthrallments. They gather enemies.
Okay.
Of course, that fucker can't get along with anybody.
That's also a double meaning. It could mean he's making enemies, or he could be gathering enemies of us. Maybe not consciously. He may not be consciously doing it, because we're still mostly unknown, except, vast random hate mail.
If the green slot is working for Ichabod, I'm going to flip my table.
We can form a Vascators Club.
Vascators Club.
Oh, God.
Yeah. It's like he gathers frogs.
Oh, God.
See, Vask, this is my perfect frog son, unlike you.
I have a new son. Frog
Oh,
son.
God.
I don't need you anymore, little tadpole.
New Vask. Dispose of old Vask.
It has a very "we named the monkey Jack" feel to it.
At this rate, Vask is going to have his own Sinister Six.
Oh, God.
For some reason, the Game Grumps bit from the Legend of Zelda game, shit.
That's actually what I was
Nuzu!
referencing, yes.
Dispose
Muzu.
of...
Dispose of Muzu.
Oh god, okay. I have 2 questions left.
Alright.
I am going to ask about the dragons. And then I think I might use the last question for myself, unless somebody has anything pressing.
Absolutely.
Hey,
Go ahead.
no, go for it.
Very stupid question or suggestion that I don't want to be fulfilled because it's stupid. Ask where the next nearest meteor strike is going to be.
Do not ask that.
What are the lottery numbers for tomorrow?
Lottery numbers, please. For the next 20 years.
I hope
Blocked.
that last question is, how are you all doing?
It's like, blocked.
Sweet.
That would be the response.
Blocked.
Call disconnected. Blocked.
Just a loud sigh, then blocked.
Dial tone.
I suppose I should ask this just to give them some peace of mind. How exactly do you want me to phrase this question?
Oh boy. So you can either phrase it as like, is that horde? Can they trust them? And or what do they do now?
Can they trust him is
now?
very open-ended for a
That is
prophesic
Yeah.
answer.
true. That is
I would go so far as like, how might they be redeemed from a fallen path or something like that?
I
I
mean,
don't know.
Okay, I got it.
that's easy. Give them all the information they fucking want.
That could also be like, oh, tell them everything, and they get greedy.
Exactly. That's too vague.
How can we proceed with the Horde of Daenor, where Necrobos's worst visions will not come to haunt her in real life?
Yeah, how do we minimize harm?
That is a very fucking good way to word that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so that's what you're going with.
I think that's the best way I can phrase that.
All right. So there's a very well done kind of smile on Hala's face as things once again swirl all around her.
Aww.
She smiles back. I think she's just been smiling the entire time she's been here, to be fair.
The vibe I got from that was, oh, you're helping your friend. I'm glad. Oh, good.
It's like a mix of great grandma, best friend, pen pal, and mentor all in one. I heard that.
The fuck?
Cat.
That was a very funny scream.
Apologies. But yeah,
Someone
no,
Wilhelms
of course,
off an astral cliff.
Ignore them. This happens all the time.
Oh god, someone on a robot got too close to the crab.
I was gonna say, of course, Vara is happy because every little weird girl's dream is to meet an older woman who's just as weird.
Yeah,
And has things relatively figured out.
we're fucking
Yeah,
vibing.
it's like, do I have to stop being weird? No.
So
You will come into your own and thrive.
I can be weirder? Yes.
You
Get
have to
weirder.
survive, little one. You have to get weirder.
It's a defense mechanism from the douches out there.
It actually is. That's a real thing.
fact.
Be as weird as fucking possible. People tend to leave you alone.
It's like animals developing bright colors to signal they're poisonous.
All right, so the answer that comes: the Daenor Horde.
What?
The Daenor Horde stands at a precipice.
Okay.
Saving all of them may not be possible at this point. But you are ready for taking the steps needed to prevent the worst of it.
Oh.
Okay. Good.
Awesome.
That will bring them some comfort then. I suppose I only have one more question for you. How are you all
Just
doing?
a gentle nod. That elicits a small laugh. The wonders we see could not fill all of the tomes in all of the lands, little spirit.
Oh, I'm glad.
Hmm.
Thank you for freeing me from that state I was in.
It's something I hope everybody would do, but I know it's not true. So it's something that I'm just going to do whenever I get the chance.
Your path will not be free of pain, little spirit. But you will not be alone.
That's better than I could have hoped for before.
Ala turns, seeing something in the distance that you cannot quite perceive. Solemn nod. Elsewhere calls me, Vara.
Can I contact you again sometime?
You are always welcome to try. And if I am able, I will answer.
Thank you. It's just nice to actually be able to speak to you.
Indeed. And she just starts to fade into the nebulous space around you. And with that, you snap back to sound of gentle rain on the roof overhead.
And even though that's the gentlest that she's ever been able to cast that, her nose immediately starts bleeding.
Gotcha.
Dabs. Just already has fucking tissues on standby and just dabs your blood.
I know you were talking about dabbing with tissue, but my brain just.
Oh, I had the same damn
And
thought.
Vara's just dabbing in the background. That's the first thing Vara sees when she focuses.
She closes her fucking eyes again. She's like, no, I'm not waking up to that shit.
Take me back, take me back.
She opens up her eyes again. It's like, well, that was a weird future. Glad it's not this one.
Yeah, with a brotherly tenderness, he just wipes away the blood.
She'll grin at him and go, thanks. So
Are you well?
Oh, that just happens. It's actually not as bad as usual.
I know. I was there when last time you used that. We both got a nosebleed that time.
Aye.
Well, I have some interesting and good news.
That'd be a change of pace.
So we were tracking the Sun Eater this way because we knew that all three of those factions were going to intersect. They haven't done it yet.
Oh.
Several months?
Yeah, and she said that the Sun Eater was close, but also as far away as it could possibly be.
At that wording, Hildegard slowly turns to look in the direction of Forgon with a look of ugh on her face.
She said we'd find it here. That is what she said, right?
Where was it marked?
Mm-hmm. Didn't mark it on the map specifically, just said that you would find it here. Vague wording.
So in this locale, this area.
In this area, yeah. I imagine it's where we were going at the first. Probably where those lights that Biter saw were, if I'd had to hazard a guess.
I mean, that looked like a tavern to me, but hard to say for sure.
What are the chances that's the Wandering Tavern mentioned at the river's end?
Could
I don't like to think about things like that.
We just find the fucking Sun Eater shacked up at the tavern, drinking a pint of ale. It's fucked up how you can't. Just as he just goes, it's fucked up how you can't eat the sun here, man.
Little does anyone know that the Wandering Tavern is also a glamour lord.
Oh, God.
You joke, but I don't know. That is
That's some
viable.
Feylord bullshit, to be fair.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I also
For a second, I also imagined. Sorry, it's the Sun Eaters like Gummas. She's tamed it.
Oh my god. If anybody could, with just soup alone.
It likes the soup.
Master boy, I adopted a dog.
It's bigger than my house.
He's big. I think something's wrong with him.
Those are the more pressing questions that I asked. I also asked, and she's gonna turn and look at Bask, about Ichabod.
Hmm? Oh, I'm sure that was pleasant.
He said he was gathering strength and allies, and also enemies. So we aren't the only ones that have noticed, at least.
Yeah, I'm hoping the hint I gave Naaman will get on Kelba looking for him.
And she's gonna turn and look at Necrobos. We're already on a path, so your horde doesn't tip over the worst precipice. We might not be able to save all of them, but the worst has already been avoided.
I see. Thank you.
That's
Sorry.
That's no problem. That's all I had.
That is still more than we had before.
And Hala, how is she?
They said that they're doing well, and they're happy to be where they are.
That's good.
Alright. That's enough for tonight then.
I do want to share that I did receive an answer. Nothing notable. He said it's good to have me back. Thought I died.
Alright.
They're
The
good
horde
grace.
is still safe, and the Reich is still south. So that is good news.
Yes.
Bask, you were asking a question?
If I did, I forgot it.
Oh no!
If it comes back, let us know.
Yeah. Thank you, Hara.
Well, of course. It's not like it was a hardship to see Hala again. It was one of the more pleasant conversations I've had with using that spell.
I guess Indeed.
I guess it helps having a previous rapport helps.
Well, I suppose this isn't. This isn't even information that my horde has, but it was a personal theory. Time dragons exist, yo.
All right.
That's it. I mean, you knew, but that's it.
That's all he says.
All right.
Vask just, you kind of squinting and you can see him doing like the mental calculations of like the implications of that.
Consider the implications.
was
I'm
rude
sure
as
that's
shit,
fascinating
too.
on
What was that?
It was rude as fuck too.
Yes, but I suppose, like, don't quite feel the way I did after the same. I don't. If it had, I don't know. My feelings and all things are complicated right now.
I think on it.
They have every right to be complicated.
What?
They have every right to be complicated. We live in complicated times.
Oh, for a second I thought you said I have every right to be complicated, and I was like concerned.
Well, that's also true.
For a sec I thought the fucking time dragons like appeared in the room like.
Only you can perceive them.
Shit.
Heard you talking shit.
They're coiled around Vara's neck invisibly, just smoking a fucking hookah.
Flips the middle finger and vanishes.
They would, though.
What's up, bitch?
No one will ever believe you.
Aren't you stuck with that stupid time god? Nice. And it just vanishes.
Nice.
Oh, you're still abiding by linear time.
Ugh.
Carry this, you filthy casual.
Throws you through the next dimension.
Nothing
Literally
personnel,
punches-
child.
Literally punches you into next week.
If that's everything, I'm gonna go outside and get myself a breather. Breathe in some of that cold air.
Cold, wet air.
Sometimes it gets
Oh.
stuffy.
Just imagining dogs taking their head out of a car window.
While it's raining.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go to bed.
I think rest sounds like a good plan. Do we want? We want to at least watch our environment still, just in case.
Yeah,
We do kind of stand out.
I think we all needed that one night of full sleep, but yeah, we should probably do shifts.
I do
Agreed.
have the tower mostly covered, so you'll have additional eyes if we do watches.
Yeah, the birds will be very helpful for that.
And she'll give Laug and Raug a little pet, and he goes, and you two will get to rest for a change.
Maybe you can alter the Galder's Tower spell scroll to add a little rookery on top for the birds,
Oh,
so they could be outside, keep an eye out outside, but remain dry.
That's cute.
That might be
All right.
a small enough change that I could get away with doing that. The next
Honestly,
time I
just
cast it, of course.
The seed has
Just-
been planted. That is enough for me.
Honestly, just a large roof overhang would probably keep them dry-ish.
But you know, they deserve to be fancy.
yeah. Nothing but the best for the birds.
They get their own little micro bird apartment.
You know, on clear nights, it would be fun to go out there and have like cook up there to eat and like have a bonfire.
Yeah.
But that would be like a signal fire on a tower.
I mean, hey, if we ever get lost and we need someone to find us,
Gondor calls for aid.
And the
Let's look at the same
magpies
thing.
shall answer.
Oh my god.
All right.
So
Hildegard's 9th level spell is Summon Mass Corvid.
okay.
Basically just Plague a Locust, but with birds.
Hildegard's eventually going to be able to summon a deep crow.
Oh my god.
At that point, with enough birds, it would stop being a murder and just progress to a genocide.
Oh no, 9th level spell, Murmuration.
Genocide of crows.
But so
Just
Biter
Hitchcock an
Garmus
entire
first.
town.
Garmus first shift.
Yeah.
All right. So we got Garm. I think at least 3 people would be enough, since it's not. You're in a pretty easily fortified position.
Hildy will go
Necrobus
middle
wants
again.
to-
Yep.
Dang.
All right. So Garm, Hildy, and who else?
Necrobus.
Okay.
They want a shift.
Nat 20, let's go.
That's excellent. All right. So
You smell everything.
Unfortunately.
I didn't
Smell.
even use my smell-o-vision.
all right. So everybody else, bed rolls. One question: who gets the bed?
I assume Vara because it's her tower.
Yeah, honestly.
Vara is very small, so she would be able to, like, share with one other
Then
person.
probably Hildegard.
She's the other small person.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can just go to bed.
All right.
She'd be fine with that if she's not sleeping in the birds.
Yep.
There's
So there's
Necrobus,
that.
Bruce, and Vasquez, an old man.
Necrobus also sleeps in a fucking pile of blankets.
Yeah, that's
So-
what I meant by the nest.
Yeah,
The nest, yes.
the plush horde.
All right. So everybody gets cozy. Necrobos under their massive blanket pile.
hmm
And sometime we have to address that you can't keep stealing blankets from the other beds.
Just hisses at you.
Is she just
Yeah.
stripping every bed we come across, like in hotels and shit?
Am I what?
Basically, stripping the sheets off the beds from like hotels or whatever we stay at.
That'd be terrible.
Oh
I
my god,
once, when
Well,
my
now I
Dashhound was still alive, she loved being underneath so many fucking layers as a burrowing dog. So one day I just gathered all the blankets in the house. It was a fucking mountain, and her little head was sticking out.
Oh.
That's cute.
That's enrichment.
All right. So, as you are settling down at the window side, just peering outside, or are you going outside?
He wanted that. He's going outside. He wanted that.
Sure. All right, so walking around the perimeter while everyone else snoozes, the faint light from the upper floor hearth illuminating things. The rain makes it difficult to smell. Biter keeps you company sometimes. Still doesn't really love getting wet all that much. The only thing noteworthy that really comes to pass is you do eventually see the crab move further out to sea. The door opens and you do see Midge step out for a moment too. Hadn't quite settled down yet. I heard it moving.
Aye, further out to sea.
Well, I wish it luck. Strangely. Are you doing all right? That whole news about your father?
Ah, well, I imagine one way or another it's gonna happen.
That's not really an answer, Garm.
Of course I'm worried. I just don't know how it's going to go down.
Yeah. If he's the man who raised you, then I can only assume that he's got a good head in his shoulders.
It's just, you are right about that. It's... Before, when I have shared my past, the others were very quick to defend me, to come to my defense, and, willing to hit him back, as it were, but...
Was it Jeddah?
Yeah.
Figured.
Of course it
The
was.
sentiment was shared among several of them, though, but I just hope they understand that, as difficult as it was being his son, everything good about me also came from him.
That's a little hard on yourself, don't you think?
Maybe, but I just hope they understand it's not so black and white.
Well, for most of them, their parents are either trying to take everything away from them or just outright trying to kill them or dead.
Yep.
I hope it goes well if he finds you. At the same time, if it doesn't, what will you do?
I'll be honest, I worry about him. Not what he'll do to me, necessarily, but what's going to happen to him. He is Hunt Master of the Windsor Lodge, but his raising of me has always been controversial, and I fear what the others might do to him, if they already have, considering what might happen to him if they think that I've fully gone off the leash, as it were. Because the way I see it, if we meet and I manage to convince him somehow that I'm on the right path, that means he returns home empty-handed. Everyone's going to see that he let me walk. He is a good man. It's just... sometimes good men don't last in bad company.
You had a very hard life, Gar.
Harsher than some. I won't act like I'm the only one here who's had a difficult upbringing.
You made mine look gilded by comparison.
Well, as I said before, when everyone sees you as a monster right from the start before you can even walk, that does put a weight on your shoulders.
You think that's how he sees you?
I don't know, actually.
I think that's a question you need to ask him then.
Would that I could. but he's never been a very open man.
I know a thing or two about that.
Clearly he does love me, otherwise he would not have gone through all this trouble. What you said earlier about, it's not usual, you said, at least among your people, that people are born this way.
Never heard of it happening.
I recall you saying among your people some of you willingly bring on the curse to connect closer.
Those that follow the glamour do, yes. Makes them better defenders of nature and all. Druid circles, the like.
And what becomes of them? What lives do they lead?
I've never been among a druid circle, really. Besides, well, guess that technically was one. Well, they're just part of it. They live outside of the moats, outside of the elders. They only follow what the ancient voices tell them. The communion of nature. Whoever just how happens to be speaking.
It seems a similar path awaits me. Following my instincts, following the signs. Hunter and hunted is what Biter told me. I used to be so afraid of disappointing everyone. Believing fully that I was a waste of time. I don't fear that so much anymore, but I do worry for those I care about.
Me too. She reaches down, cranes down practically, and gives you a peck on top of the head.
Aww.
Turns and starts walking off into the rain.
Yeah, he's gone shock still since that. Yeah, he's just sitting there in the rain. His cheeks are very warm. He does kind of lean forward, though.
Just as Hala saw.
What?
Oops. He just kind of mumbled to himself, just as Hala foresaw. But he's just going to stay alone and finish up his watch.
All right. Off in the distance near the bay, you can occasionally see little flashes of light. You see what appear to be flashes of lightning out there. You get the feeling Midge might be letting Stormbite have some time to frolic in the rain.
I'm sure this is very enriching for him.
Mm-hmm.
I hear very softly in the distance, I am the storm that is approach.
That's great. All right. So your watch comes to an end.
Who's next?
Who else is taking one?
Hildy's
Hild-
taking the,
Hildegard is the middle, yes.
darkest night. It's usually when she goes.
Mm-hmm.
The goth.
So,
The goth hour. God damn it.
all right. So you walk in. I'll just say that they see Garm walking back inside, and I don't know, Faug immediately flutters in and just taps on you a little bit with his little birdie feet.
Damn it. Yeah, Hildegard will wake up. blink, blurry-eyed for a minute. Right.
Flutters outside, caws it. Like, time for your shift.
6 o'clock in all's well.
Oh, that's even better.
Anyways, she'll get put on some like heavier clothing, and then head towards the entrance. She see Garm coming in.
Yep.
She'll go, "Hey Garm, see anything?"
Nothing to report.
Oh, that's lovely. We get you some rest then. Yeah. Pat on the like upper arm because she can't quite reach your shoulder.
All right, so you step outside. You once again, at first, you're not sure because Garm did not tell you it was happening. You hear screeching sounds and flashes of light off in the distance. Then you see a monkey running through the rain off in the distance. It's like, okay.
Like literally, her and Rogalog all squint that direction. What the? And she probably gets a message from one of the other birds. She's like, "Oh,
Monkey."
God damn it." Anyways, she rubs her eyes and she will do a perimeter walk of the tower once or twice, but she's not going to do it super often.
No, of course not.
The birds are probably like in her jacket by that point, but they're still looking around.
Yeah. All right, let's get that perception check.
All right. Lovely Avantaggio. So I will abuse this feature as long as I can.
2 nat 20s.
Hey, Carlos, if you get a crit for your perception, we win the game.
With your nat 20s combined.
Just because you said that, it's not
God.
gonna happen.
Like,
At this point, we're going to see the Sun Eater.
fly into the air. Anyways.
Flying not like an owl, but like a bear, which is to say, ungracefully.
The sun rising.
It's the speck rising towards the sun. Ah, fuck.
Catching him while he's asleep.
Anyways, so yeah, she does the perimeter walk a few times, keeping her super dark vision eyes out.
All right. Okay, let me see here. Okay. At some point during your shift, you hear movement yet again. You turn to see the crab, and then you realize, oh shit, it's moved a bunch. It is about to vanish from view off into the depths at the edge of the fjord. You can barely see it at this point.
Huh. Is it still moving, or is it just kind of like moving like once every, like a couple?
It is
feet
in the
every
process
hour?
of moving. It is in the process of moving.
Okay, so she's gonna watch it vanish off the distance since there's not much else to do.
Besides that, nothing else transpires. Your watch is quiet.
Hey, coolio. Said she'll probably do like one last perimeter walk and then immediately regret it and head inside, get dry.
Mm-hmm.
And you said Necrobos wanted third shift?
Yeah.
Yep.
She'd go to the blanket fort. I'm like, kind of like look around. Like, where the fuck?
What's the password?
Like, she's just like lightly poking the blanket looking for Necrobos until she eventually like, finds a hard spot, and then she'll poke that spot.
The head just rises from the pile.
Tail rattling.
Yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't quite distinguish where you were under there.
Oh, the car. Yes, my watch.
Yes, your watch. Nothing happened beyond the crab moved fully out into the water, and I think Midge was letting Stormbiter off the leash for some fun. I don't know if
Good.
he's still out there, but I didn't hear any thunder for the last minute or two. So just be
Alright.
aware there's a loud lightning monkey in the rain.
Is that a duck?
Slow turn to look at loud, narrow side. Don't you start, or I'm going to put you out there with the other birds.
Don't worry, I'm gonna put you out there with the door
With
behind
the
you.
ducks.
Thank you. Ugh.
Nod, and she'll head back over to the bed. Well, she'll dry off and take off the fucking coat she had on, then head to the bed.
Alright.
They go. They stop for a second, like just look back at their things, grab their notebook, and go.
Alright.
Do I see Midge?
Not in your immediate view, no.
Okay. But I don't see her anywhere inside either.
No.
Okay. Perception. It's a bit.
11. There it is.
No, 16.
Alright, 16.
So not like
Darn
I'm
it,
anything
they
yet.
As long as you have charges, you may as well burn them.
Yeah, no, it's before. They recharge daily, so like I gotta get my fucking mileage out of them.
True enough. Alright, so the 16. Not much seems to happen around here. You are far away from civilization.
It's a relief.
Your watch just passes quietly, eventlessly.
Do I see the lightning in the distance?
You don't.
Oh. I'll think at her, Midge.
What? What?
Where are you?
Sorry. Guess I fell asleep out here. Oh,
That's not safe. You should get back.
yeah, you're probably right.
Nothing besides the crab being gone has happened during the night, but keep an eye out.
Righto.
You were sleeping in the rain?
Found a spot under a rock.
Alright.
It was a nice rock.
Fair, I guess. They'll, pull out their, notebook and scan it. Look up at the sky.
Mm-hmm.
You know I did this, Sekla. You can't not know. You tried to stop me. Haven't you done anything else, or said anything, or... I don't know. Nothing else.
You know they don't talk back, right?
Hmm?
This biter is not too far away.
But they send things like you. They...
Gortog's not of that pantheon.
Hmm.
The old ones, the creator ones, they're gone. Most of them. They haven't spoken to anybody. Not in a really long time.
I broke I broke a big taboo and nothing.
I don't have
No.
any answers.
I'm not complaining about not being,
Smited.
smited. But I don't know. Didn't expect not to be.
Better has the also perspective that Sekla didn't do anything when Chimaeus moved the whole calendar ahead. So
Yeah.
what Necrovos did was all fry.
Yeah. Have you considered the Krobos that baby Sekla's gone and all that's left is the automation?
I have.
Again, my joke
Yes,
was she
good.
got hit by the antivirus. It's Norton, so you're fine.
Chimaeus is the Trojan horse.
God.
Oh god, he really
He's
is
a-
a virus.
He's a phishing email.
Mm,
Oh God.
Congratulations, you won! As he pulls you into his fucking body.
Oh God.
he literally catfishes you and then yanks you in.
Identity theft to the extreme.
Yes.
The I expected something, to be honest. I mean,
Well-
I suppose I have heard that. I don't know.
If
I guess you
they-
do know you're connected to Garm.
I'm connected to Gortog, yes. Again, different pantheon, and
No,
Gortog.
Garm.
Yes, I know. Through
Garm
Gortog.
I know. I'm saying the Time Dragon. You know of the Time Dragon.
Yes, I'm aware of it. They exist.
You say that so casually.
You'd be surprised what it takes to phase me.
Are there any other kind of dragons that nobody knows exist?
I don't know of ones that nobody knows exist.
I mean, you do now.
That's not nobody, though. That's people that things know we're aware of them. How can I know something that nobody knows about?
You're being pedantic.
You're
This is the
using
charming
pedantic words. Look, there are dragons. You know about the Oath of Outcasting. It's... people were born. Dragons left, go off wherever they wanted to go, pursue whatever immortal passions they wanted to pursue. I imagine they've probably mastered everything.
I wonder what else is out there too, mister.
Well, whatever they are, they can't come back. It's against the rules.
Well, they can't come back, but one is watching me.
Head tilts a little bit. Really now.
Yes, the one that I spoke to with Vara before.
You are never boring, Macrobos.
I don't know. I've been mindlessly following someone else's will for my entire life until now.
Well. Now it's up to you to decide if you're going to do... Well, I always found the notion of following kind of funny.
Why?
Unless your mind is dominated and you're forced to follow, you're technically leading yourself down the same path. You're just leading yourself down a path someone else is going down slightly ahead of you. Sure, your choices might lead to your death, but they also might not.
What would
That's
you
the
do?
beauty of the hunt. What would I do?
If you thought Gortok was wrong.
Well, what could
still follow
Gortog even
him?
be? What could Gortog even be wrong about? Well,
Let's
considering
see.
your hypothetical,
Yes.
Gortog keeps
Consider.
things simple for a reason.
Suppose that's fair. That's what put me in this mess. Nothing is as simple as I thought it would be. What if, for the sake of this hypothetical, there was a Fellspawn that had the capacity to do great good instead of just harm? But do you think that Fellspawn should be destroyed?
You don't see me running off to go kill Ionar by myself, do you?
if you could, would you?
Doesn't sound like fun, honestly.
Well, what if Gortok told you to kill Vask?
Hey,
Would you do it with no hesitation?
remember all the good steaks and like good meats I've given you by Earth? Come on, boy.
You know you love me.
I've been working on those approval points for a reason.
You already said that I could become something you'd hunt.
You all can. Even Garm can.
Yeah, I suppose that is true. But
If
Oh,
it
God,
came
right.
to that, then I can only assume you deserve it. So yes.
We got it backwards.
But what if-
Biter is Garm's handler.
what if you
Mhm.
thought Gortog was wrong,
Wrong about what?
wanting you
The
to
hunt
kill
is the
Vask
the hunt
or
is the
Garm?
simplest thing there is. If I'm wrong, then I fail. They win, and the hunt continues anyway. I'm just simply the hunted instead.
There's a joy in that simplicity.
Indeed. Gortog's yet to be wrong.
Yes, of all the deities I am aware of, he is one of the most,
Honest.
honest.
Remember, remember that in the days that come.
What?
There are many, many hunts ahead, child of the mountain.
Indeed.
The hunt, the pursuit, is why I have chosen to speak to you the way I have, why I actually give a shit about what you're doing. You're hunting something, and it's fun to watch. I couldn't care less about the gods that came before me. They're not here to stop me, and if they hunted me and took me down, then they were worthy to do so.
I suppose I am hunting.
You're all hunting. That's why he wants Garm right where he is, right where he's going.
Garm is, even in the time I've known him, he has been increasingly wise.
He's always had it in him.
It is good to see, as comparatively short amount of time I've known him. I took him for someone who had the potential to slide into a very dark place.
Hmm.
Or to rise to a very powerful place. I think that holds. I think he's moving in one direction, and I am glad it is that direction so far.
His hunt goes well.
Yes.
Honestly, he succeeded with it quite some time ago. Now he's just had to find a new one. I look forward to him figuring that out.
Do I hunt knowledge?
Knowledge is one of the greatest hunts there is. It fights back like nothing else.
My knowledge is it's the one thing that I suppose not completely did myself. Although, no. I studied. I learned. I may have gotten access to that information that already existed, but I grabbed it and I learned it. My knowledge is mine.
And because you came from such a small place, you'll value it a hell of a lot more than any dragon that was born with access to it. That's why you're fun. There's nothing more boring than a noble's fox hunt. You rig the odds in your favor so much it's not even a contest. No, pursuit is meant to be something that risks everything.
Hmm.
Keep on chasing that horizon, Acrobot. There might just be a place among the stars for you if nowhere else will take you.
May have.
It's fun. Unbelievably fun.
They look at their notebook. More equations for spells are in it. The chase is fun.
Never lose that. And he starts running off into the sky.
Oh. You're shockingly good at this. Biter.
He's already gone.
Yeah, that is more like to themselves than to him. Well, what spell shall I try next?
All right.
Okay, they're just gonna spend the rest of their shift
Just writing theory.
yeah, working on their theory.
Cool. All
Trying to
right.
put
Your watch.
together a new one.
Yep. Your watch passes eventlessly. You see the sun begin to open, and since you're the one that's awake, can you roll the d12 for the weather die?
It's all on you.
Don't fuck this up.
6.
Okay. What we got?
If you got another 12, that would be funny.
It would.
That would be very funny. All right. Fortunately for you, and everyone, as the sun begins to open, the rain starts to move away.
Oh, I'm starting to enjoy that.
You can faintly hear very, very far away a storm beginning to brew out in the ocean. But it's a very long ways off, and it does not appear to be moving your way.
All right.
Storm crab gonna storm.
They'll head back inside.
Mm-hmm. And just because that scene went on, and I didn't want to really interrupt it. Midge did come back in
Okay.
after you two
I was
were
actually
talking.
gonna ask. I imagine by the time that she came back, they were furiously taking some notes.
Oh yeah.
Just imagining when Midge comes back, just sees this deep conversation going on, just very silently goes invisible and creeps on by.
That's a great thought.
Nope, not getting involved in that one. No, sir.
Too deep for me. My wisdom score is high. I don't have the int for this. All right, Midge just collapses into the room in the bedroll and is going to sleep for most of the morning.
Necrobos has a whoever wakes up at least. That they have a little more energy than they did yesterday.
I think Vask might be one of the first ones awake because he had a full night's sleep, and he's usually one of the first ones up to start cooking breakfast.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that's Gantz.
They have their armor, and they're like messing with a little bit of the internals. Vask, good morning.
Morning. Anything interesting happen?
Nothing in regards to the watch, besides the crab being gone. But I did have some thoughts.
And?
Yeah. I don't know if you'll be happy about these ones. But
Wouldn't you like to know, Swamp Boy?
But I'm trying to be honest with you and the rest of you. I am preparing my next new spell. At least a theory to cast my next spell.
Alright. What are you going for?
Well, the first spell that I cast, I showed you when we came out, it affected causality. Made it just a slight tweak in the moment of battle starting. I cast it on Garm, but it's probably... it's expired by now, but... it made it go a little bit faster, just for a moment. It is a very simple spell, but useful and successful.
Alright.
So now I'm wondering what to do next. Mostly putting together some Is this... You don't seem... You seem alright, Vask.
Well, I'm trying to get before breakfast and before even coffee, so sorry if I'm a little... But...
No. I'm talking openly about this and you're not concerned
I mean-
immediately. It's good. It's nice. I'm glad I can speak of it.
How good are you at forging?
How good am I at forging?
Yeah, I know
Fast.
that's something of a non
You
sequitur.
offend me.
Well, it was more of a rhetorical non sequitur, as you're obviously the frying pan continues to shake itself as he takes his hand off and gestures to the armor.
Yes, I am. I may know something of the subject. Why do you
No,
ask?
no, I should really wait for the others on this one because it shouldn't just be me asking this. But
All right,
how,
that's fine.
just up front, how good do you think you would be at replicating a key?
Woo! You did it!
At long last.
Is this a magic key or?
To a
It's
magic
just a-
lock, yes.
But is the key magic?
DM, I know Hildegard would have looked at the keys with magic, detect magic vision. Were the keys magic or just were they enchanted?
They were not enchanted. They were just really sturdy.
Yeah, good. The keys were not, but the lockbox that it's supposed to open is.
See. All right.
But
Well,
it's the matter of who owned the box previously that is why I need to talk to the others.
all right. I will wait. Yep, fuck it. They stand up. They go upstairs.
Oh, you're about to get Eldritch Blast.
Both Vara and Hildegard are both on the bed, so
Oh.
Or a weasel thrown at you.
They come in. They see them together, and they're just kind of pause, think about I'm sure back in the Horde, kobolds, stuff like that, just piled on top of each other.
Yep.
Not hearing anything for a second, Vasco just caught breakfast.
It's your fault for standing in the doorway.
Hey,
you watch Vara just
Everyone?
kind of roll until she slaps onto the floor. And then she stands up really slowly and goes downstairs.
Hildegard,
Oh, sorry, go on.
you're just waking everyone up.
Yeah, Hildegard wakes up with a weird slap sound, just like the two eyes blink. She looks around and just like she does this every morning where she looks around instinctively and then she has to make a connection to the birds and then she finally can see something.
You know how we kind of stumble
Trying to find your
around
glasses.
Yeah,
like
it's
click our alarm clock? I just imagine her doing that with a crow.
yeah, it's just like it's just like, oh right, I'm blind. Yeah.
Just reaches out for the bird on the nightstand and just
Yeah, she does like they're probably like sitting on like the banister of the bed or something. She just grabs the bird, shoulders them, and just morning necropolis.
Good morning. Come, come, breakfast. Karma also, yes, also had the question for a lot of you.
Oh, what do you get into?
What I want to get into.
Come on, come on.
While Necrobus is gathering people, Vask would send off the message to Wistala, hoping it's not too early.
All right.
And since last she asked about Foregone and wanting to hear about it, he goes, I can ever get back to Alpench, I'll tell you all about Foregone. Please tell our friends we're safe. How goes the order and things? Which is exactly 25 words.
Very nice.
So, with the new sending spell, she has up to 8 hours to respond whenever.
All right. There's no immediate response.
Yeah, I figure it might be early.
The sun is only just opening. Give her some time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting used to that, and I don't like it.
Oh, God. The kobolds and dragonborn who don't really ever see the sun finally go to the surface and like, what the fuck? I don't like that. Make it stop.
No.
Immediately
No.
goes back inside. Like, nope, I'm not going out. No.
Mom, the sun's looking at me.
Mom, it's still staring.
Oh.
I'm scared to look away.
Oh, that one video. Is that a goddamn cat? Ma! Ma!
It's a weird cat outside.
The sun's fucking weird out here, Ma.
Yeah.
God.
Gather everybody, except for Midge, because Midge is tired.
I mean, if Midge wants to join.
If she wants to, but I don't know.
She
if
wasn't
she's
involved
on
with
it.
that stuff yet. This was
Midge
pretty
is
open.
very, very soundly sleeping.
I let her sleep.
I wouldn't be surprised if she's out with the birds. But, so as Vasquez serving up breakfast, whatever it is, go. So, you all know I've had a minor obsession with something we found down in Orvatz's lab.
The box?
Yeah.
Yes, the box.
I imagine we've just seen Vass staring at it some mornings when we wake up. Like,
He'll
if
be
he's
like
on-
levitating and rotating it like a PS2 model viewer, just like rotating it.
like when he gets off a shift or whatever, we just see him messing with it.
So it's floating in the air, and I could almost reach out and just grab it.
Oh well, no, not yet. No, I'm just saying that's like what people have seen Vass doing. That's like what he's done before.
Okay.
The meme of just they don't know that I'm constantly thinking about this box. Oh, we do.
Yeah, we
We
do.
know.
Yeah, we're constantly telepathically linked. We know.
We see
Box?
you in the night.
Just
Box?
But-
in
Box?
case we hear him mutter, "How does this fucking thing work? What idiot designed it with 5 keys when it needs 3?"
Oh well, that's. I've explained my personal like.
I know.
Oh, that just bugs me.
I know. I just say we probably have heard that in the back of Vask's mind more often than not.
Yeah. Well, the thing that annoys him the most is the confirmation that Ichabod has the 3rd key.
Yeah.
It's
That's the thing that makes it sting. But so Vask would go, yes, the box. Ruben was vague about it, saying it was a portal, I think was the terminology used, but
To the workshop,
Yep.
if I remember correctly.
yes.
They must have had
and-
some way of transporting goods and materials to each other.
Oh, that's a possibility. I did not consider that Ichabod might have his own entry into this. So
Yes.
Think he
They
might
were
have
in
his own
close
box?
correspondence with each other. Some of the notes we found from Ichabod were very recent.
yes. Although there are such spells that you can transport materials across long distances, and Ichabod would have the resources, and someone like Orvatz would have. But that's neither here nor there. I think Acrobos might be our Vask pauses as he realizes what he's about to say, our key into getting into it. You didn't feel proud about that one.
You should.
or just
I-
looks at you kind of blearily.
The
It's
keys
like,
themselves are enchanted.
you better have fucking coffee after that bullshit.
Oh yeah, here. It just telekinetically slides over.
Did you? Get
I need to
some of
stock up.
you get them all up just to make a pun?
No. No. It was an inadvertent thing. And honestly, if I did, I would have been for a better pun than that. It's like I will get deny it's something I might have done, but not for one as weak as that. Here's the thing. If we're correct, this might be, or at least if my personal theory, and it's just not me blindly wishing because I want to own it myself, if this might link to a workshop that Orvots used to become the man in red.
Who's Orvots?
The mortal who became something capable of traversing time forward a month in a country.
Chronomancer.
The one we
just makes them know that it has many abilities, and that is part.
I only know what you've told me.
Sorry.
It is. Many souls ripped out of bodies and distilled and congealed.
It has some sort of kinship with oozes, but that's vague at best.
If I remember the notes we found, it's just that ooze are very receptive to absorbing things. Magic,
and
bodies.
And Vask will pull out, one of the jars of blood and go, exactly. Like, I even came to that realization independently, and by channeling my intent and magic into this simple slime, I create the blobs.
The blobs.
It's a very flexible medium.
So much so that Vask will also reach out and pull out a vial and kind of stick it out. And you can see Necrovos. I realize I called you Jeddah, but Necrovos. It's labeled with the symbol for dragon's blood. It fed on the blood of a silver and created a monstrosity, sending it after us. And then Vask will pull out the sample that says dragon blood ooze.
If they recoil, would they realize what they're looking at?
He enslaved witches to exsanguinate the dragon, one of the children of Algilali. And a friend of a friend. Sadly. Because it was Esther's friend, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's some shock there for a minute.
You can see why we've been skeptical to really get you involved with this, but if more truth is coming out, I suppose you should know it, just so that you are aware of why we are wary of the dangers.
And we're not entirely sure everything we can say without helping it.
And I'll fully admit my pure selfish desire is I would really like to have a mobile laboratory. I'm not going to lie.
Shrugs.
If that is indeed what it is.
Yeah, it could be. Who knows?
Considering how old this wizard was, it may be a full-on labyrinth.
All right.
And Vask will, like the two keys that he does have. For some reason, I just always picture them as like Allen wrenches. Like these hexagonal bent rods, but
Fucking Allen wrenches.
I mean,
The worst thing.
they just kind of float out, and he's like, "We have two. We learned that even though there are 5 locks on this, it only requires 3. The third,
It's to
deceive.
Steve, yes.
And unfortunately, we know where the third key is. And he's
This-
over in Ankelba making red dragonborn.
Still,
Or red dragon.
they shiver again. Well, no,
Red drakes,
they
not
looked, they
dragon.
were stunned last time, but when you mentioned the red dragonborn, or yeah, right, red draken, they shiver.
Yeah, telling you, oh yeah, the guy who gave me my sweet ass tattoos is making an army of vampires.
Yeah,
Fucked up, right?
I will.
By the way, he's like
Since we're
4th
being,
tier of our problems.
since we're being honest, I am aware of these. I mean, you did tell me before,
Mm-hmm.
but
Yeah.
I had detect thoughts activated, and I had seen the surface thoughts of Vara.
Barrow was the one who saw the vision of Ichabod and
Yeah.
his
Mhm.
laboratory.
That is, had I not seen them, I wouldn't have believed you.
Up until we found his notes in Orvatz's lab, I thought he was dead in the same explosion that created me. I thought I killed him with everyone else in that tower.
And now he's working his magic in Ankelba.
A lot of scary opportunities there. Or possibilities.
So, your torturer is worked together with this man in red.
Or the person who became them, yes. As far as we can tell, his research crucial to it.
And part of that research was using slimes, oozes.
Slimes,
Changelings.
vampire blood, dragon blood, virtually. The notes were extensive. They tested virtually any sort of magical creature.
Including changelings. Rendered them down to tallow.
Ooh. That's
When we
brutal.
met this man in red, he wore the face of a changeling friend who taunt us.
I think you can understand why we're so afraid of this thing. Imagine a creature that could be anyone at any time.
It could be not just one person, it could be multiple people.
So at
Anyone, any place, any time.
this point it is. Hey, Vivi,
Mm-hmm.
all this not this shit. Can I just
Oh.
roll an Arcana?
Also, Vask would kind of go. Its ascension also required the blood of a scion.
Godly blood to become a god.
Can I roll Arcana on this, Vivi?
What's the purpose of it?
I just want to like fucking figure out what all this shit means, like the use of slimes, the use of the various different
We
kinds
can
of.
see the Pepe Silvia board just growing behind Necrobos in real time,
Sure, you can make an Arcana
like a
check.
slime mold.
Use of chronum. It's like they're just. This is a lot of information that they're just trying to like.
Oh!
Well,
Flash of
Hey.
Genius for 35?
Okay.
There's the other
I mean,
nat 20.
it's a natural 20. I can't get better than that.
Damn. I'm going to have to really think about what you figure out.
Maybe that's a cliffhanger.
You know, that's honestly probably for the best to make that a cliffhanger.
It's fair.
Oh,
I
no.
need to think on this.
Having a
Holy
brain
shit.
blast.
Man.
We got through
Fucking-
1 day of rest. Hooray!
It was a very long day of, reforging emotional bonds.
If
Yeah.
you
And
guys want to
potion
just
making.
kind of cliff notes the next few days, we can do that.
Yes.
Yeah, it's mainly just Vask wanting to check up on some and make some progress with his experiments, like a certain snail.
If she
I
has
also.
to,
Necro-
Yep, go ahead.
I'm just if she has to re-up the tower, she will. But
Yep.
I was gonna say Hildy would probably pass you the Pearl of Power, so you're not like losing spell slots.
That would help, yes. The Pearl of
'cause
Power
you
is a
have
very
one
good
instead of
resource for that.
Necrobus.
Yep.
What?
Hildy's had one for a while.
Yeah.
Once she burns her spells, she pops it and gets a 3rd level back.
Oh yeah, that's right. You've done that for the bird's dragon's breath, I think.
Yep.
Yep.
Well, no, that's a 1 per day.
Necrobus during this time is going to help Vask with with what he's been working on, because that's just like they're intrigued by the experiments that Vask has been working on. They're going to play around with their armor, aka they're going to be changing out some spells and things.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking getting healing magic as my stored spell now, because oh my god.
Not a bad idea.
Yep.
Might tweak infusions. I gotta go through them again.
Yep,
we haven't
you guys
leveled
want
up.
to change out kit, that's a good time to do it.
Yeah, we haven't leveled up, so there's nothing new to necessarily add to my kit. But
Wait, we leveled up.
That?
I said we didn't.
No,
level
we have not
No.
leveled up yet, no. You're on your way to it.
Yeah, I said we haven't leveled. There's nothing new to add
Okay.
to my kit.
I'm guessing it's
But-
probably when we wrap up Reveland.
Probably.
Potentially. So we got the Cliff Notes thing. There's another possibility that we don't have to do next time, but sometime in the future. I talked a little bit with Nora about it, but I have an idea for a potential one-shot in Alpench with Jeddah.
Sweet.
You get to be her fellow insurgents or whatever.
If you guys want to be changelings, that would be the easiest thing to write into it. Changelings or humans would work, sympathetic ones. There's a potential thing that I think could be really fun there.
nice.
Also give you a little look about what's going on.
Hell yeah.
I'd be up for that, sure.
Cool. All right. I'll work on getting some details for that together. Probably, I would prefer doing that before we get deep into whatever the next arc winds up being.
That's fair.
And I gotta think of what this fucking nat 20 did.
Yeah, I gotta think of something significant to tell you with that one. Gotta think of the right information, because there's a lot. I don't want to give away
Yeah.
too much.
I'm mildly worried the box is a dungeon crawl.
See, I'm worried that they might figure out how. Well, no, I'm not worried, but I think it's a legit worry that they figure out how Shmaeus did everything, and suddenly they know, oh shit, I can do this to become a god.
Well, it's a good thing we're right there to kill you
Ex-
with knives.
We'd probably just tell you, don't. It's going to take a
No,
lot
no,
of
no. Like I
lives.
said, I'm not worried because, I mean, the
Yeah.
Provost doesn't want something like that, and they are not like,
I know, but it's a temptation. We get you.
yeah, to quote VV, every dragon has that dog in them.
Yeah, right now you have a dog without telling you, do it. Do it.
Inside of you, there are two wolves.
Then there's a third
What-
wolf cheering them
No.
on.
One is Garm,
Outside of you, there's a third wolf.
one is Garm, one is Biter.
Do it. Maybe we shouldn't.
Do it. Do it.
Both of
Yeah.
them are
Really?
telling you, no, don't do it, and do it for the exact same reason of, I might have to kill you.
Oh god. Biter's like, you should do it. You'd be fun to hunt.
Mhm.
That is literally why he's so chill about everything. It's a great outcome for him either way. He gets to watch a great hunt succeed, or he gets to take part in one.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, Scath, I'll pass you the Pearl of Power. I popped the thingy in the box.
Okay.
So we are going full long rest, gang.
You guys want to do that and do like a cliff notes for the next few days, so we don't have to RP probably another
Yes.
2 or 3 sessions of that.
That works.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm good with that.
Yeah.
We'll cliff notes it, and like any RP scenes you guys want to have before we take off, we can do at the start of next session.
Gotcha.
Yeah, especially with this whatever this fucking bombshell's about to be.
You did say it takes basically a normal long rest to get back. The HP ripped from Hildegard, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm counting like that would be like a week, right?
It would be about 5 to 7 days. Yeah, you've already had a couple technically since the event happened, but
I had about one as far as I can count. So yeah,
I'll just say, since you're sleeping in the bed and you are taking time to take care of yourself, it will be gone by the time you guys move again.
Oh, okay, so I was trying to keep track of it on my list, but never mind then.
Okay, so we should just go ahead and say that we're gonna get a long rest after.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Woo!
All right.
My Max is back.
Should I stop streaming, by the way?
Oh shit.
Oh.
Yes.
I wasn't sure if that was all.
No, that's good to have for the record.
Okay.
Yeah.